Hello. It is time. First thing I want to check, because I actually want to look at this. Has he seen it? Who knows? I'm on the Discord. I guess I'll send a message and ask if that's the guy. Kingdom. Okay. Then what do I need? I think, okay, so it's still not exactly correct. Should I even launch Godot? I probably shouldn't. I think I'm just gonna go look at the code here. So okay. How can I work on this while leaving much of the base intact? I guess it's just gonna be difficult either way, right? Okay. I'm messaging this guy right now. Basically saying that I want to manage the collision stuff more programmatically. And I don't want to make too many, I don't want to make custom modifications, custom stuff to different that would make it hard to changes that would be too different from whatever the final feature is, so it's hard for me to synchronize with it. So I want to see how. How I can do that when making it hard on myself to pull anything new. Hard to pull anything new that comes from Terrain 3D. I think one way to do this might be just having a flag on a cell. Is to have a flag on each cell that says if collision should be enabled. Like the flag to update. Like the flag used by update MMIs. Right. Because if there's just a flag here, then I could say, I could go in each cell and say, all right, turn on collision for the cell, and then I pass that off to Terrain 3, and Terrain 3 does everything. So I don't have to go in there, I don't have to add shapes, I don't have to do anything like that. I think I'm just totally fine with just saying, hey, this cell, turn on collision for the cell. But that would mean there has to be some way for me to tell Terrain 3D to not automatically do stuff. Because I'm not really sure where this is called. I guess that's probably the first place I should look at. Where's update collision called? Apparently I spelled it wrong. Update instance collision. In two places. I wish I had line numbers so I could know where these are. Okay, it's right there. Same place. Just called update. If rebuild and not dynamic build and return is dynamic, it says updating collision. I don't think that's... Oh yeah, wait, is this all for... Terrain collision update time, and then we call update instance collision. But update instance collision is just called in both places. Okay. I'll be honest, I think whatever my message was, it was like really hard to decipher. I couldn't think of a way to explain that. Is it really just update instance collision? There's nothing else that happens? Alright, here's the thing that gets me. I don't see where this is figuring out which regions to do anything with. Get region pointer. is valid. Determine which cells need to be built. Yeah, it's weird because it's a vector 3. I don't really understand how that works. Why are they 3D? Get instance cells to build. We only build cells within the radius. What's the radius? Snapped position. Grid size. Radius. Okay. Radius has to be computed. Radius is not computed. Radius is just radius. But where is the player? Snapped position. Plus the grid offset. Okay, grid size. Right. I'm assuming this v2, v3 is a vector 2 to a vector 3. So it's just adding 0 at the end or something. Or it's putting 0 in the middle. I don't know. One of the two. Because I see it typically takes in a vector 2 and then it does... Yeah, this is just a plus and it comes back as a vector 3. So it's got to be converting just a vector 2 to a vector 3. V to V3. Hit cell. Grid position. Right, util. The thing is, it's wrong sometimes, right? It's not getting the cell every time. So how is it going wrong? All right, I think what I can do right away actually is just is it update MMI? Update MMI is not here. It's probably here. This is instancer. That's instancer H. I need this one. Here we are. Update all region to all meshes. All regions for meshes specified. Region location. Rebuild. Call multiple times per frame and select any combo of options without filling up the queue with 3 Ls. Region location. Is a vector 2i max? All regions. Where's region location being passed? If already set to destroy, -2. Queued updates in place, -2. Okay, so this is like a destroy everything. If we have this, we skip that. Start the build all, we skip that. If we have this region location specifically, we skip that. If all regions for mesh ID are queued, if all regions for mesh ID are queued, okay. Adapt the train raycast function so it turns. He says it should be ready soon. Process updates. Queue is empty, do nothing. I'm just looking at Discord. Okay. If update all for region locations. Update MMI by region. And what does this do? Identify pairs to process in a deduplicating set. Vector 2i int pair. Okay. Right, I guess it just prevents us from updating the same region twice. I guess not really. I don't know. I see what it's doing though. I get the idea. It's just combining them together. Though I don't really understand. It's not really like a deduplicating thing though. Alright, but the real thing is update MMI by region. Update all. It goes through each mesh ID. Mesh count. Okay. Terrain collision. Get collision build. This was an added line, right? Because this basically goes out here to build. Which... if I can find the function, build. Oh yeah, this is probably pretty bad. Because I don't see anything stopping it from doing stuff over and over again. Yeah. This might be why it lagged out really badly, because it would be rebuilding collision for the entire terrain 1,000 times. Is what this reads to me. So that's probably why I got like 100 errors for building one mesh, and then the game never launched. When I tried like a couple thousand, the game never launched. It's probably because it does everything for every single region. Update. Yeah. Okay. So definitely not a good thing there. So I'm gonna comment this line out and say, just leave a note. I guess I'll actually do zombie game. Shoot. I'm on instance collision right there. Okay, so I can see this. So, is there... Okay. Is there anything new? You should normally tell me. Sure, the best way to collaborate. Okay, so there's another message. I'm not sure the best way to collaborate easily on it. Let's review. None of it set in stone. Big changes are possible. I mean, you'd rather not, right? Rather not make big changes. Yeah, I'm just gonna say for now, big lag. Must do this in a better way. That's kind of a big thing that actually probably needs to be in there. At the moment, I'm fixing some bugs so that the current version works properly. Should I ask him about this line? What line is it? It would be 116. I'm going to ask about this line specifically. Line 116 in... We make this feature PR. Okay. Yeah, I gotta ask about this. I gotta ask about this line. I think it's still there. Before I even mention the line number, I guess I should have actually made sure that it's the right. Oh, come on. Files. Terrain instancer 3D line. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, reading the code, this line is being run, which rebuilds all collision. For every, because if you just do all, update all, for region location, for mesh ID, it will rebuild all terrain collision for each region plus mesh ID. It's probably not correct. I think it's probably intended to be that this is supposed to run just for instance, to update instance colliders in that region with that mesh ID. So there probably needs to be a function just to do that. Given one region, one mesh ID, only do those ones. All cells. Okay, but I'm gonna start just by doing that. Why does it keep saying... Whatever. Okay. I don't have a... I don't have a build script on this one. Let me just go copy it from mine. Here we go. I think this one's here, right? Yeah. Copy file. Okay. What's going on? Oh, I gotta do... There we go. I definitely can't copy it. Okay, so I gotta manually copy that one in. Okay. I probably have this file just sitting around somewhere. Just give me a sec to copy it in. What's it called? Extension API? I mean, it's probably... Okay, it's probably in just sitting there. Hang on, I gotta go find it. Steam apps. Okay, I gotta run it. What is it? Godot? I can't remember. I think that one needs to be fixed. Unless I'm misunderstanding it. He's saying, yeah, that's needed for the painting in the editor. When I say all, I mean like all. For every region in mesh ID pair. So if I have 2 regions, I'm rebuilding both regions twice. I'm doing both regions twice. If I have 3 regions, I'm doing 3 regions 3 times. That's what I mean. If I have 1 asset in 3 regions, it rebuilds 9 times. That's what it looks like to me. Hey, Yulia. When time for us to cry for Hideo Kojimbo. I did discover something just now. Also, I'm talking with the guy who's working on this on Discord. Instancer right here, update MMI by region. See this function? Right up here, process updates, update all. All right, so we said, let's rebuild all regions. So I say, okay, for each region, for each mesh in that region, it has to be in the region, we update the region. Update MMI by region. Update MMI by region. I would run this line. Get collision. If there is collision, we build collision. Build collision. Build. All this stuff. Update. We call update. And update. This will. This does all this. Update instance collision. Update instance collision. Scroll up for that. Update instance collision. Update instance collision. We do get instance cells to build. And I'm going to be clear here. Maybe it should already be clear. This does all regions. This does all regions. It doesn't do one region. It doesn't take in a region to rebuild. It does all regions. All of them. So what this means is for every region and a mesh ID in that region. So if I have one region, one mesh ID, no big deal. I rebuild all the regions, but only once. If I have 2 regions with one mesh ID, I rebuild all of the regions twice because I run this twice. to process gets two things. Two different regions. Update my by region. It does all collision. If I have 3 regions, I rebuild all regions 3 times. So I'm getting with this. So if I have 1,000 regions, I build all 1,000 regions 1,000 times. So that's probably why I got like 100 errors for having 1 mesh in the scene, and then I literally couldn't even start the game for when I placed more than that many meshes. So this looks like an n² problem to me. I mentioned it. He says, "Oh yeah, good catch." Okay. All right. I noticed it. I noticed a thing. All right. Good. I was hoping it would be nice if he came back and said, "Actually, if you pay attention to this line of code, that stops that from happening." Then I'll be like, "All right, cool. Sure." Yeah. So pretty bad. Promise me not to walk out of the Game Award 2030 for best car mechanics. The unfortunate thing with this is that that line kind of means you need to have a function for each region and mesh ID. Yeah. Now I'm saying probably need either some bool to check, or my preference, a function in collision that takes a region and a mesh ID and just updates those. That's what I would like to see. I will do that. I'm literally going to say right now, I literally will do it right now. I want to do this right now. The thing is, I saw one time, I was doing, I was looking at issues, I was like trying to like, what is it? There's a repository, I'll just pull it up. It's not like, what is it called? This is definitely the name of it. Huh. Okay. That was definitely the name of the repository. 100%, I'm not exaggerating. That was the name of the repository. Let me go look in a different window. Oh man. Maybe I follow him? There it is. Okay, so I typed in the exact name of this repository and it didn't give it to me. Alright, get up. Uh, so you'll see, I am currently ignoring the repository, and there are 2,000 issues. That's crazy. Nuts. I might be able to find some of this. So you might see a trend with some of these. Stop right there. I wrote this. I wrote this template. Something's fucked with this repository. Something just happened to this repository and it is botted so hard. It's crazy. A UUID title. Here's the full template that I wrote. I said, stop posting issues. Issues are not for getting help. Only reporting bugs and feature requests. Search open and closed issues to see if your question has already been answered. Do not create a new issue. Do the following. Download the example app, check the source code. There's an example that does exactly what you're trying to do. Look at the wiki. Java.go to Stack Overflow. Turn on any issues asking for help will get closed with a link to this file. I didn't do this. I don't know what this part is. I didn't write that. But otherwise, this file is exactly the file that I put on this repository. Oh my god, let's go look at it. Issue template. Bug report. No, sorry, not bug report. Support help. Support help. We'll go to the history of this file. Almic. Oh, look at that. Almic committed. Update issues and... That's me. This is my... That's my account. Look at that. This repo is still so screwed up. I don't know what happened. I tried like doing research to see like what happened to this repo. Like where do these bots come from? 122. Here's the funny thing. I don't know what this is. Add a reward using speed to solve this issue. I don't know what that is. Speed OS. Okay, it's straight up botted. I think this is literally just a bot trying to post ads. And GitHub isn't doing anything about this. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a repo this badly screwed up. And I tried. I tried really hard to fix it. It's just totally busted. What is this? Add a reward using speed. Did someone like... Hang on. What's up with this? This isn't actually in there, is it? Update support help. Did he get hacked? Did he get hacked? This is committed to the repository. Hilarious. Anyway, where I was going with this, before I had to prove that I was really trying to work on this, and this site is totally... This thing is totally screwed up. I saw a pull request for a candlestick chart, right? Like a stock charts, you know, candlestick. You have the box, and then you have the two lines going on the top and the bottom. Like I think it's called candlestick chart. I'll just make sure. Yeah, this is the stock stuff, right? This was in the repository. This was in the repository for like years. We know we have those in Africa too. Okay. Someone made a whole PR. Thousands of lines of code. This is before AI, I want to be clear. Before large language models were pumping out code, he had to manually write this. This dude submitted a PR for this chart type. And I think the only reason he spent any time on it is because he just didn't know the name of the chart. He didn't know that it was called candlestick chart. And so he was looking for this chart. He didn't find it. And he wrote an entire PR. I think it's not even, it is here. I think I might have added this. He did a whole PR for this chart. It was in the repository already. Thousands of lines of code. He must have spent days working on it. And I had to bring the bad news and tell him, hey, it's already called this. It's in the repository. And I closed the PR. I might be able to find it if I really looked, but there's... Maybe I can find it, I don't know. But dude, I was like... I was actually so sad about that. So anyway, as I was going, where I was going with this was... I want to make sure that if I'm going to do anything, that I'm not going to do something like this. I'm actually going to find it. I'm actually going to find it. I don't think he called it candlestick. Like I said, I think the only reason he did it was because he just didn't find it. He didn't know the name of it. And he just kind of went full force into it without really looking. I'm gonna find it. I mean, I gotta find it. I think it was an old one too. When I started looking at this stuff, it was an old one too. Is there a way I can see, like, participating? How do I have that many things mentioning me? That's a lot. Okay, so I guess it doesn't work. That's not... Oh, PRs. Oh, those were... Right. I can find it. It's probably an old one. It's going to be a closed one and not merged, so it's going to have that icon. I just got to look at those. Is there one that's like not merged? You can't delete PRs, right? It's gotta be in here. It was definitely a PR that I closed. Did I miss it? I might be misremembering it. Maybe it was a different feature. But it was definitely something that already existed. Because I've remembered this for like 10 years at this point. So. It was something devastating to witness. Weird. I thought it was the candlestick one. I saw something about horizontal bar chart. Can it show that only the PRU closed? That's what I was thinking. But I don't see it. When would this have been? It could have been reopened. I thought there's something like participating, right? I bet if I go to issues, I can do... Huh? Commenter me? Okay. Can they be deleted? They must have been deleted. I remember it's so... Because I keep remembering this about it. That I spent some time here and I found a PR of someone implementing a whole chart, thousands of lines of code, for a chart that was already in there. Also, I'm shocked that I only have 40, only 50. Because I was all over the place. Yeah, there's like 500 issues that I've commented on. Most of them are me just saying, this issue is like 5 years old, I'm deleting it, I'm closing it, kind of thing. But I don't know, weird. Strange. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't understand. It was totally a PR. I'm like 90% confident it was... Okay, maybe I'm like 70% confident. It was the candlestick chart. Maybe it's related. Maybe there's a change on this file. Because I think in response to that, I think it might have even updated the... I may have updated the README to add that chart. Do I have an... No? Combine chart, bar and line chart. It might have been this? I don't know. Because this is definitely me adding an image. Combine chart. What image did I even take of that? Was this my screenshot? I guess it must have been. I don't know. Maybe it was radar chart. Maybe it was a horizontal bar chart. Maybe he thought that there was no horizontal bar chart, but it was like, I was like, oh, you just do dot set horizontal true or whatever. Something like that. It was like, it was so sad. It was so sad. Anyway, crazy tangent there. Oh, there's a bunch of... I gotta read it. Some bool, my preference is a function in collision that takes a region and a mesh ID and just updates those. Someone else comes in and says, updating instances is already done by passing in access line bounding box. Instance collision should follow the same process, except for writing instances to the data. Like the old update MMIs and reads the data from cells. Update instance collisions. Update transforms? Yeah. In that case, my peer should destroy instant collision and rebuild from scratch. Update transforms triggers an update MMI, which triggers a collision rebuild. Instance collision via the main collision class. Okay, he says yes. This sounds like it could be a useful function. I think it's kind of the way to go. Alright. So. How long have I been here? I've been here an hour. Have I written one line of code? I've commented out one line of code and wrote one comment. That's my progress after an hour. I think that makes me a 10x dev, actually. That makes me a 10x dev. Okay. It must have been deleted. That PR existed 100%, and I am shocked that there's less than 100 PRs that I commented on. Because I think I commented on all of them. There was a lot. Maybe GitHub did have like a spam reduction thing, and for some reason that PR got caught up. A 0.5x dev, maybe a 0.1x dev. I deleted one line of code and I added a comment. Okay. Right, now I remember what I was doing. I have to do this. So I have to do, wow, I got so distracted. Where would this be? I think I think I'm starting to remember where this is. Yeah, it's in scripting. Insane. Insane. I have to run Godot this command. Cool. All right. Did it put it in this? Did it put it here? Oh, nice, it put it there. All right. Oh, this probably isn't going to work, actually, because I have modifications to make it work. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Love the video. Here's what I'm going to do. I should make a template project, a sample project. And build it for, make it work with floats. Okay, here's the thing. There are present bugs that fail because they're using reals. I mean, okay, at least I thought that was the case. Wait, no. Now I'm remembering it. I thought that was the case. That wasn't the case. I can just go look at what I've done. Isn't GitHub awesome? I can just look at what I've done. I can go straight here, click commits, 5 commits ahead of master. What have I done? Okay, there was one place where it didn't make any sense. At least one place. Right. Okay. A couple places. A lot of places, actually. Where it didn't make any sense. And I can demonstrate it again why that doesn't make any sense in this file. LODs are stored as a packed float32 array, which means they're not doubles. They're 4 bytes, they're floats. These all use real type. It's nonsense because it doesn't store doubles, it stores floats. There's no reason to pass a double. That's one spot. Same thing there. LOD ranges. Here it doesn't make sense because these are colors reading from the terrain, which this is a bit masked value. So for again, colors are always floats. They are never doubles. Color does not use real type, it uses float. So whenever you call in pixel R, pixel index, which is kind of weird that they actually write it that way. Oh, pixel's changing every time. Okay, I was going to say, we're reading the same value. Pixel R, pixel index, this is the same thing. Pixel whatever. This stores a float, so there's no reason for these to be reals. And in fact, that breaks compiling if you compile with doubles, because it says, oh, we expected a double type, but you gave us a float. Or we expect to be returning a float, but you gave us a double. That stuff. Actually, it was more just because average average uses these values with get blend, and get blend is, of course, expects a float. All right, so that's a real change, but that's unrelated. What else do I have? I got rid of some console spam that I really didn't like. Fix collision tests. Oh, right. This was just a crash for Joel Physics. So I'm okay. So I should be clear right now. Then there shouldn't be anything. I was gonna say there shouldn't be anything. There's gonna be that one case for that. All right, so here's what I do. I think it's get rm build. Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna remove these. I think it's get rm build. Did not match any files? For real? Okay. If you say so, Git. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to work on this on my branch, and then I'm just going to do what I was doing, where I cherry pick from my branch to this one. That's what I do. And they are only separated by the fact that I is capitalized, which is awesome. Just do git restore, I think. Yeah, just do git just everything. All right, this is mine. I guess I will copy these lines before I update there. Okay. So I'm just gonna comment that out. And for now, yeah. So okay, let me go back and check. This sounds like it could be a useful function. Maybe I should destroy instance collision and rebuild from scratch. He says in that case, I'm really not sure. Did he mean to reply to mine, or... Update transforms. This should also update instances in your PR. It's not per ID. This is just like instance updating. But I guess in that case, yeah, update transforms would be everything in the cells. Or the region. Alright. Okay. We're on mine. I'm gonna start writing code now. I'm gonna start writing code now. This is just a quick test. Collision should still be building as I walk around. It's just not going to be based on the instancer anymore. The instancer is not going to do that. So in theory, I should be able to turn on full environment collision, or even just dynamic should just work too. He mentioned it was basically for editor. What if you guys nothing relevant came out of the Game Awards again? Gosh. Hideo Kojima is actually walking out as probably the coolest thing that happened. I haven't even seen that. Can I get a video of this? Did someone like... I probably should leave this tab open. Okay. Supposedly, I heard he's walked out. I don't know who said that. Probably Yulia, right? Yeah. Why does he gotta rebuild everything? That's so sad. I think because I ran the build with the other type, with the other one, it just decided it deleted everything or something. So I have to start over. I was gonna say as it... Oh, it's done. Okay. I was about to say as it runs, I probably could actually just... Yeah, I just did not finish that thought. I was gonna say while that runs, I could actually start working on it, and then it finished. So I'm just gonna test it. I'm just gonna test this right now. I expect to still see collision, at least in game, but at least now I should be able to run like all collision. Dynamic game, I may expect that to not work, but full game, I expect this to work. Where's player right now? Player should be up here. Yeah, player's up here. Does the game start? With that line commented out. I could expect it to fail. Just because of how many shapes it's making too. I could expect that. I thought perhaps it might be able to handle it. Yeah, so how long do I wait before I say it's not going to work? I don't know how much RAM it takes. The amount of memory isn't really going up. It's just CPU right now. You can see it up here. Oh, 12% CPU? 9. I told you already. 5 seconds? Yeah, something's going on. Something's definitely happening. I thought maybe that was it. So building full collision is still really, really slow. It could just simply be... I should see something. Physics tick can take as long as it wants. I should see at least one frame appear. And I was thinking it can probably... debug. That's the thing, I can't debug this. That's the one thing I'll give Windows over this for Visual Studio. You can literally like hit pause execution and like see like a flame chart of literally what lines were running the most. So I can find where the loading is happening. There's probably some tool for that. I mean, there definitely is. I just don't know what it is. But I think I'm smart enough to figure it out. It's definitely when I turn on full and it does the full world. Turn the collision into a single face. Make that face always look at you. I can't move colliders. That's the thing. If you're gonna move colliders, they have to move in the physics step and they have to move with some velocity. And they would also need to have mass, which would just be infinite mass. Okay. So that still doesn't work. Let me just get rid of all the trees. I'm going to get rid of all the trees. I can't even see the trees. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of all the trees. I'm going to paint those out. This is going to take a while. Because I literally just need to go down to 1 tree, and because that's like the minimal case. And then I'll be like, all right, let me add 2 trees. And then the game will take 4 times longer to load. And I'm like, all right, well, I still haven't fixed it. It's also likely that I did make that change and like didn't build it correctly or didn't copy it or something. Just somehow forgot to do that step. It's gonna take so long. Wrong again. Yeah, so the awesome thing about this is that when I have like regions, my own custom regions, I can just click that region and say delete, and it's gone. Everything is gone. Instead of having to go into the painter and like manually click and drag over every tree. And then I miss some because, you know, it's RNG and sometimes it just decides to not delete the tree. So I have to like keep hovering over it until it decides to delete it. I'm actually going to get rid of this tree too. That one. And I'm going to use one of the trees out here as my test tree. And I'm also going to run it and put like a print on there so I can make sure that I've actually gotten rid of literally every tree. Because I can guarantee you I've forgotten a tree. I've missed a tree somehow. Though I am being very careful and trying my best to not miss anything. I think there's still errors if I run it. Like, yeah, I should still get warnings if there's one tree. The only thing is I will not know where that tree is, so. Jesus truly is the light of this world and the path to salvation. Awesome. Okay, I'm in. I apparently have trees. Maybe? Maybe? Okay, so if I place one tree... If I place one tree... right in front of me. Do I increase my errors? Do they double, basically? Okay, so they have not doubled. But I am on full game, and that was pretty quick. So I'm going to place another tree. I'm going to see when it starts getting crazy. Okay, 2 trees. Whoa. Alright, let me double it every time. So I can, like, really dial in this value quickly. Okay, so it seems like it's not really changing. It seems like it's taking the same amount of time every time. So it's perhaps linear. Alright. Let me place... That's 8 right there. Let me go somewhere over here and place 8 more. This is definitely in like a different region now. I got an idea for the collision with the tree. Put a collider on it? I don't know. What do you mean idea? What kind of ideas could you have? Okay, so this is double now. I'm gonna do it. Eight there. I want to see when this becomes a problem. I'm at like 32 trees now. It's still going just fine. Okay, so... Alright, I'm just gonna use like the normal brush tool and like delete these trees. Also, what is this? Oh, that's me deleting stuff. Interesting. I was like deleting the auto shader or whatever it was. Layers right here. I'm just gonna draw a bunch of trees right there and see how it deals with this. It's a lot of trees. Alright, there's definitely a change. There's definitely been a change in load time. I want to see if this is a forever load, though. Because it could be a thing where there's just like beyond a certain number of trees, something just breaks. And it can't load anymore beyond a certain number. Yeah, the thing that gets me is CPU doesn't change, memory doesn't increase. It's gotta just be like a bad loop somewhere, right? Okay, this looks like a forever load. I'm gonna call that a forever load. And I'm gonna delete some trees. I'm just gonna click once. I guess I can like count to 20 and say that this is probably the bug. I'm just looking at the timer clock. All right, I'm going to call that the bug. Delete some more. I'm going to give it 15 seconds. I'll give it 15 seconds. And call it a bug if it doesn't load in 15 seconds. Probably make sure my mouse is over it. Alright, I'm calling that a bug. Click again. Very slowly deleting these trees until it runs. Instead of collision on a tree, put a raycast on the player that point to the closest tree. When you get close enough to touch the raycast, you are unable to move in that direction. Well, that's what I'd like to do. But there's other dynamic objects that can interact with the tree. So my original thought was I would take, this is a bug. I would compute like the closest 5 or 6 trees or something and turn on collision for those. Place colliders at those trees. And I would have a map for entities. So I'd say the player gets the closest 5 trees within 10 meters. The car gets the closest 20 trees within 20 meters. You know, just random numbers, but something like that. But the current PR for collision is using regions and cells, which I didn't even know about cells. So I just learned about cells. Bug, that's taking too long. So there is a... That's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use cells. I'm going to pick like the closest 4 cells, because cells are going to be, you know, organized in a grid pattern. So the closest 4 cells, just turn on all the colliders. That's good enough, I think. Okay, that's a bug. I feel like I have so few trees here. This is like kind of nuts that it's failing to start with such few trees. I am so smart. Yep. You got the right idea. I mean, realistically, if you think about it, I only need the collider for the one that the player's touching. If you really think about it. Okay, so that's a bug. There's so few trees left. So this is definitely an issue. I feel like did I place this many trees? No, okay, so I didn't place that many trees manually. So I didn't quite reach the number. But there's definitely, it's looking like there's a number or some condition with that's possible with very few trees that totally bricks it. And I'm wondering, it's definitely happens. I'm wondering if it might be something like this, where 2 trees just intersect. That could somehow be the cause of the problem. It's placing, but that doesn't really make sense because that's not how shapes work. Shapes can intersect themselves on the same body. That's absolutely fine. There's no problem with that. And plus it doesn't even matter because the terrain 3D has collision mask, has an empty collision mask, so it doesn't even technically collide with anything. Just hit GM. Cool. What roll? Or is that open? Any messages? Nope. Alright. I'm lying. But I would believe you. Alright, I'm gonna delete a few more trees each time. Is the game ready? MPW? No, the game is not ready, MPW. I'm going to be collaborating with a Terrain 3D guy who's doing the collision stuff. This dude. So that's what I'm working on right now. Oh, wow, the game loaded. All right. So I want to see immediately if I have intersecting colliders. I think that's definitely an intersecting... Actually, maybe it's not. Okay, yeah. So there's definitely intersecting collider, so it's not that. How long did this take? Exit the desktop. Game closes. I click the button. What's happening? Okay, the game failed to close, which is awesome. All right, so I'm gonna add. I added 10 trees. I'm just gonna see if there's like a tipping point. Why are the trees breaking it? I don't know. But it seems like if there's enough of them, the game never starts. Was I right on the edge of it? I added 10 trees and now it's not starting. I was distracted for a bit, so maybe it still took longer? No, what's going on? Okay. That's the bug. Oh wait, no, it's here. But I already hit stop. I'm confused. Something weird is happening. What's going on? Alright, so I added 10 trees. I guess I add 10 more. I don't know if that was 10. I wasn't even counting. Unity raycast to a point to the closest tree, just point to where the player is moving. Yeah, well, like I said, what I would like to have is, like, if I was to be super efficient with it, I would get the 4 closest cells to the player, and then enable like the closest 10 trees out of those cells, or something. Oh, okay. Still here. Now, why is exit to desktop not working? The game is failing to close as well. There could... Okay, it could just be a very slow loop. If there's an exponential growth loop somewhere here still, then that's probably why. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. So there's got to be a point at which this time just becomes actually unbearable. So I'm just going to keep adding 10 trees at a time. I expect at some point it's going to, you know, exponential growth. Right? The game will never start. I would be waiting longer than like minutes for the game to start. Okay, we got in that time. Okay, I'm gonna track the time that it takes to close. Right? I guess I should be tracking the time that it takes to open. I don't even know where I would record that. How I could record that. I don't just want to watch a clock. I think it's taken way longer this time, though. Okay. All right. 26. Ten seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. About 40 seconds. Probably pretty close to on the dot, 40 seconds. I'm gonna click stop from there. I don't need to watch it close. Added 10 more trees. Let's see if it takes longer than 40 seconds. So I started about 20. Ten seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. It might be linear. Okay, I'm gonna add 20 trees. 10. Added 20 trees. Started about 21. Ten seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. So we increased, I did like 10 trees at a time and got 40 seconds twice. And then I did 20 trees and that was like 55 seconds. So is this linear or exponential? I would really like to know which one it is. 10. 20 trees. 40 seconds. 40. Because you have if tree condition. 10 seconds. I know this is really boring. I don't have a good debugger. So this is my method right now. 20 seconds. If I shoot past a minute, then I'm going to say that's exponential. So I'm looking for like 2 loops. 30 seconds. I guess that's like quadratic growth, not exponential growth. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Okay, linear growth it is. It's some kind of linear growth because it's not shooting up dramatically as I add more trees. It's just taking a little bit longer each time. All right. So there's still, of course, there's still the issue of something with the number of trees taking way too long to load. I could count. Okay, maybe I probably can't count the number of trees faster than it can process them, but like that, it's that slow. You could almost probably count the trees faster than the game can load them. And I want to go ahead and get rid of this warning that happens. Okay. So this is my next target, this warning. Could not get region. Get instance build data. It's not really a warning, is it? Because this happens in other places. I think the instancer probably has some places like this. If not region, get region pointer. If not region. So somewhere it has to know that this doesn't exist yet. Because it clearly still builds it and gets the collision in there. It's just doing it too early. Maybe it's this. If the terrain's not in the tree, then I shouldn't do anything. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the check. If we're not in the world... Okay, well, I guess where does this function called? This gets called by update instance collision. And what regions is it asking for? Could not get region at 512 negative 1,376. I'll just add a marker and put it at that location and then see where that is. I'll go for 1408. That's the first one that prints. Yeah, I would say that region doesn't exist. All right, so I think looking at how this is laid out, it's not every region. It's clearly that it's trying to build regions that just don't exist. So that's the problem. Terrain instancer, process updates, region locations for vector 2 region locations. So it's probably because it's not reading region locations and it's just creating region locations that it's trying to run. Y equals 2x. What? Is that my thought on like the growth rate of load time for a tree? Yeah, this is I guess cell position is coming in wrong, so get instance build data. Right, so we're only called in one place. And it comes from instance cells to build. So this should only be producing cells that actually exist. Hard drive moment. It's definitely not, but whatever. full collision. Get region locations. Oh, it should be checking if the region is valid here. Right, okay. So this is probably where that check needs to happen. I guess I can just look at this. Region locations comes from get region locations, get data, get region locations, right? Yeah. And they do this check here. So I can probably just copy that this here. And in fact, I'll copy out a little bit more. Data get region locations, and then I do get region pointer, region location, like that. Yeah. Collision has file has changed? Oh my god, what do you mean? Line 213. Okay. Terrain data, region location size. Skip empty regions. Do they check this here? I guess this is where they check. What's with the get region P and get region pointer? I guess P is like a shared pointer or something, which is why they have the is valid check. I don't know. All right, build A. Okay. This should solve the warnings. Are you serious? This is lagging instantly? That's hilarious. That hasn't happened for a while. I was thinking maybe that just decided to stop happening, but no, it happened instantly. That's crazy. Godot, sometimes it's the same thing with like the pop-ups. If you just do something specific with it, it just drops to like, I think it just stops updating. It just stops like rendering for some reason. It just completely stops. All right, let's see if I get the errors still. I don't think I should. Okay, so I still got the errors. Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, that really doesn't make sense to me, because I just fixed that. That should have fixed it. So why did it not fix it? Add-ons, Terrain 3D, bin, right here. Okay, let me just delete those files and then copy these over. Because I have full collision on, it should not be adding the regions. $268. Did I like go to the correct line? Terrain 3D collision to get instance build data 268. It's right there. Could not get region at cell position. What's the log? Yeah. Yeah, this is why I hate C++, by the way. I have to do this. I just add like one line to a log, and then I have to wait a minute before I can see the log. Hey, go. Please give me the errors. The updated warning message. Please. Cannot get region 4, -11. So 4, -11, 5, -11, 6, -11. 4, -11 again. 412, 411, 412, 411, 412, 411, 512, 511, 512, 511, 512, 511, 512, 511. Wow, that's like, that's kind of crazy what it's doing there. And then it silenced them. So that's got to be like all of these, right? So why are they valid? Here's the weird thing, right? Here's the weird thing. Get instance build data. So I get instance cells to build, and I pass that here. Region size. No, because I think we just pick the cell and then... Yeah, we're just running through the cells. That's all we're doing. Region size should be like, what is it, 128 or something? Cell size should just be 32. which instancer looks like that's, yeah, cell size 32. Very strange. I guess I'll verify that it doesn't exist too. So we're looking at 4 and negative 11. So if I go to terrain data, world, I should see an underscore 4, and then I should not see it in underscore 4 and 11. I should not see that. Okay, so I see an underscore 4 and a negative 10. No. There's a positive. That's a positive 11. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't exist. That's what I expected to see. Doom, you're too good. What? Raycast is a bad idea. Was it? Get instance build data. It is called in one place, and it is called with instance cells to build. Instance cells to build. So how did I mess that up? I don't understand. How did I mess that up? I add cell position. Is it possible this is expanding it? Or P is less than cell size, which should just be 32. Wait, what? What? Cell size 32. I might see it. I think I see it. Step 32. Lessen grid size. So this is like the radius, and we're going through that. We're adding 32. Also, this should probably be cell size. I think that definitely should be cell size. Right, it's compiling. 3 enemy. What are you talking about? I was watching 2 minutes delayed and just fast forwarded. Yeah, thanks, man. I was thinking like, why are you responding to something I said like 2 minutes ago? When you said y equals 2x. Oh my gosh, this guy is. Isn't there literally like a box somewhere on Twitch that says like, hey, by the way, you're not watching it live. Chat is delayed. Like, I think it specifically says those words. You are not watching live. Chat is delayed. This guy. He ignored the signs. So here we immediately check if it's valid before we add it, so that's good at least. Here, we're doing this is wrong. What we should be adding is we should be incrementing by also the step 32. Should be cell size again. Yeah, this is all a bit weird. More than anything more important even than quality. What? I just watched that video too. I just saw that. Yeah, I'm not sure about the code up here, but this one's definitely wrong. So, this should be number of regions per cell. Or cells per region, which will be region size over cell size. Or yeah, just add 1, and then I would do vector 3 plus times cell size times vertex spacing 0 y cell size vertex. Okay. Oh, interesting. So this is a vector 3 for some reason. This shouldn't be a vector 3. Also, it should be a packed vector array, really, is what it should be. It should be a packed vector 2 array. Or a packed vector 2I? I don't know. I had to double check that. That was a crazy thing to admit. Yeah. It literally lizard people. Like, I think they just don't realize what they're talking about. They literally don't realize how, like, evil they sound. What's more important than making a quality game? Making it fast. Make it as good as you can with the time you have. Not make it in 2 seconds no matter the quality. Not make it in a month and if it sucks, release it. Like, that's what that means. You have a time limit, you gotta make it as good as you can in the time limit. Not, alright guys, let's make it in a month and release it whatever state it's in. Because the part that they miss there is they are not making it as good as they can in the time. They're adding as much as they can in the time. They don't make anything like work. Or they don't make things good before the deadline. They're just checking the boxes. Like, all right, guys, we got trees in the game. I reached my deadline. We got trees. Here's the trees. They're in the game. Ship it. That's what they're talking about. Why is it multiplied by half here? Oh, cell center? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I guess here I could say, if not... Wait, am I actually getting completion? That's kind of crazy. I don't know how I'm getting completion right now. Oh, this is a global position. No. So yeah, I do just want to have what I was writing. Cell location plus half the cell size. Right, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this all being vector 3 is so strange to me. That really doesn't make any sense. Region positions are vector 2i. Same thing should be for cells. I'm going to leave that for now. That's like a big change to make. I'm going to ignore that. Okay. I will not be saving my trees. Alright, don't tell me about regions that obviously I can't draw to. Heck yeah. Okay. Now here's the real test. Do I still collide? Nice. Alright, what are the odds that this fixes it? It probably definitely, I think it definitely doesn't, but what are the odds it makes it so I can have more than like 100 trees? What are the odds? It definitely doesn't. Oh, that was not too long. Okay. More trees. Interesting. Absurd, stupid amount of trees. This was definitely enough to like stop it from loading before. Oh wow, that fixes it like completely. How many trees can I get? There's got to be a point where it's too much. There must be a point where it's too much. This is like probably 100 times the trees that I could run before. Okay. Oh, it's there. That definitely was a big help. Okay. That was a huge help. It's still too slow. It's definitely still too slow, but that was a big help. I can have like 100 times the trees now before I start getting performance problems with loading. All right, cool. Now, I need to send this as a change here. I guess I can check for... I guess I can test dynamic game. See how that does. Oh, I was going to say, all right, some of the trees still have problems getting colliders on them. But I can forgive that like 1 second where it just failed. Okay, well, all right. So it's definitely still too slow for walking around. Like I can walk up to the tree before it has a collider on it. I'm just gonna stand here until it gets the collider and launches me out. Okay. So there's definitely just an issue where sometimes it just never loads it. It just never... Yeah, so there's something going on with the dynamic one still. Dynamic loading is still a little broken. This is definitely an improvement though. So I think I'm just adding... It still works. I still get the dynamic stuff. It's still as buggy as it was before though, for sure. I don't think this guy realizes just how quickly I'm going to be working on this. Git add terrain 3D collision. I was even considering like mentioning to him like I'm going to be working on this a lot. I'm not going to be like submitting 1 commit a day or something. I'm going to be going rapid fire. Okay. So previously loaded 32 cells. And now would attempt to load regions that don't exist if region size was smaller than 32 by 32 cells. This also loads faster. Now, it's a result. And then what I do is I cherry pick the commit. So I go to get log, and then I do switch instance collision. What's there? Okay. Hog Ward is free to keep on Epic. Copying that commit. Cool, okay. And this should be a push. Cool environment, most of this snooze fest. Yeah. Alright, does that update my... Well, okay, I guess I gotta go find it again. I used to get all the Epic games, but now never download them. Or I never download them, so I just stopped. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like... I'm gonna rename this to... I don't know, what, just... several things. Let's grab everything that I'm doing. During full collision updates, this would read 3232 cells per region when it should be computing number of cells from the region size. For smaller regions, this would bleed into other regions, even ones that don't exist. For larger regions, this would just miss. This would just miss cells. I have New Vegas and GTA 5. They were free? Should I tell him that I have this going? I'm sure he probably noticed it maybe. I'll tell him just in case. Okay, let him know. Just be sure you're aware I made my own PR under repo branch from this. I'm going to be adding more to it as I go, but if you want to rebase at any time, let me know so I can make sure I sync on my side. I probably have like an insane workflow for this. I have a branch based on this branch that I commit to, but I don't commit everything, or I commit everything to it, and then I take some of those commits and move them onto a different branch, which is essentially this branch, but I push to my repository. It's probably insane workflow. Right. Okay, because yeah, I have 128 by 128, which means I have, yeah, I guess it's a 16 regions per cell, or 16 cells, 16 by 16 cells. So every region would bleed essentially a full region over. And in fact, because it would bleed a full region over, one region becomes 4 regions. So if I were doing this region up here, I would do all these, and then I would do these 2, and these empty ones, and I would do this one and these 2, so it would be like, that actually was exponential. I just wasn't spreading the trees out far enough to see that. But it was definitely, it must have already been affecting it because I had a very small group of trees and it was taking like 50 seconds to load. And now this one takes less than like 5 seconds to load. So. And no warnings. Okay. What's next? So. Oh, this is also dynamic. So I'm still, I think, on full and game. Let me actually measure that time. $10. 10 seconds. All right, cool. So 10 seconds, all the colliders are present here. So I think the next thing is getting this function in for I'm gonna go and ask him about this. The fact that these are vector 3s. All right, I asked him. I don't want to bother him too much. I feel like I might be bothering too much. I'm gonna pirate zombie game. Okay, for you, zombie game will be free. I will make sure you have free zombie game for sure. Six minutes ago. Wow, I'm not paying any attention. Cell position. Yeah, because we just get a vector 2i out of this, so that's immediately gone. And then I don't think cell position is used anymore, and yeah, we just convert it to cell location again. The Game Awards statue mystery did deliver fantastic trailer for that game. Statue mystery? But there's a less than 3. Triple 0. It just gets the transforms. They put a statue in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I don't know what that is. A Gooner trailer? Okay. Okay, I'll just leave that. A Gooner trailer. What? It's a Larian game? Is that who made... Dragon Age? It's called Dragon Age? Baldur's Gate 3 is what I was thinking of, but I said Dragon Age. Which now I remember which one Dragon Age is now, so. Yeah. I'm getting confused by this one. This is a little bit weird. There's no loop here. Transforms array is instance data 0. Instance data 0 is a copy of mesh instance build data. Cell positions fill with cell positions. Or cell position. Oh, for transforms, we're moving each transform by, okay. By its origin. Cell positions resize to transform size. Is this needed? This seems really bad. So if I have 100 trees, I'm just putting the cell position, I'm just creating an array of 100, and the only thing it has is cell position repeated 100 times. Then we create instance data, which is mesh instance build data. Which is what? Mesh instance build data. Which is what? A dictionary mesh instance build data. What? Array. Okay, so this comes back as an empty array. It'll be a new array. That's really weird. Mesh? I must be missing it, right? No, this guy's just crazy. Okay. Might need to add gooning to zombie game if you want commercial success. A supermarket mannequin. There will be no sex in zombie game. It is not going in that game. I'll voice act the gooning zombie. There will be no... None. Nothing. Not even the hero? What do you mean the hero? What, is he gay? No. My current idea is that he's not gay. He will have a wife and she will die. At the beginning of the game. People don't have sex. This is really weird. And wrong. This is super weird. What is this? This code is, the longer I look at it, the weirder it is. Why are we storing cell positions here? Instance data 1, mesh instance data, get instance build data. Because you can't use mesh IT to a global transform and a cell position. That's so wrong, actually. This needs to be the other way around. This needs to be a cell to a mesh ID to a global transform. How original, a dead wife. Yes. This needs to be the other way around. I mean, I guess it can. I guess it can be okay. So I guess it could be mesh ID to cell position, then to global transform. But that is super weird because look at this, right? Cell positions resize to transform size and fill cell positions with just the one number over and over again. And then we set that, we take cell positions array, which is the current one, and we add cell positions. You're going to spend years in this. Years? Less than a year. Best you got for an original story. I'm not looking for an original story. And here's the thing. Original stories should be based on tropes. Tropes are good. If your story is only tropes, it's a bad story. But if your story has no tropes, it's a stupid story. There's nothing relatable or like, wow, that's sad. Or that's like something I am familiar with. Okay. No AIs taking over the universe because that doesn't happen. AIs don't go rampant and take over the universe. AIs can question if they're more machine or more human. That is a trope, but you know, AIs do not go rampant and like capture all the guardians and say, Infinity, your time is up, and then your time is up, Infinity. That doesn't happen. No one cares about that story. Loved ones dying, everyone cares about loved ones dying. That happens all the time. Long live Destiny. Okay, so yeah, this is incorrect. So this should be an array. The thing is, probably yes, along with region positions, we only need V3 when we set the shape transform. Yeah, so this is a big memory sink right here, and this is probably also an optimization as well. Mesh ID. Okay, so it should definitely be list of instances to create. So if I'm going for the cell to mesh to transform, it should be a vector 2i to mesh ID int this would actually be cell global position. Actually, no. Wait, what should this be? Okay, maybe mesh ID is fine. But I don't know if... Okay, I guess actually what I can look at is see if cell position is even used. So build instance data, or instance. All right, so it's used in two places. It's used for unused instance shapes and generate instances. So I want to see what this one uses for that. So instance build data. Okay, this is really short. That's good. So instance data. Array 0 is the transforms. Array 1 is the cell position. So we get that array. Okay, so we do not use cell position there. Cell position is not used. Okay. Okay, here we do this. Star criticizing a single house made me learn about house parts in English. Yeah. When I was like modeling a house once, I thought I knew what a house was. There's a lot of things about them that I did not know. Particularly around the roofs. Okay, so we read instance data there. Or we read cell positions there. But I would think what you want to do is you go through, so you get the keys, you get the mesh IDs, and then you get the cell position, so one cell position, and you get the transforms inside of that cell. But then the question is, what's the point of having cell positions then? Why do you need cell positions? So we only check if it's empty there, and then we read from it here. Okay. Okay. So active instances is an active instance cells. All right. Okay. So this is used for, it looks like shape lookup probably, or active instances, or whatever this really means. So this is like, you know, reusable shapes is reusable assets. Reusable assets is recyclable instances. Recyclable instances is a parameter. Active instances array pushback, active instances. Okay, okay. Right, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, so I do have to, this is something that it uses, so I do have to keep it. I can't delete it. But definitely this should be stored differently because it's the same number for like a whole group of instances. So there's no reason for that to be individually saved like that. Was it right here? Yeah. Stored as mesh asset or mesh ID. I'll keep the same thing, mesh asset ID, to a dictionary of cell global position. We have vector 2i to an array of global transforms. Okay. Why does it keep telling me file has changed since reading it? What's going on with that? Do you really want to write it? No. Yes, not. Why does it keep telling me that? Oh, okay. Cool, alright. So I think all I should really have is like this line was changed. There we go. What do we need to be Dark Souls 3? To Melania and then stop playing? I beat Melania. I haven't beat the final boss. I think I tried for like 2 hours and I couldn't get to the second phase. In fact, I like couldn't even like get half his health bar. I think I would land like I would do like the set like where the health point where he changes his moveset a little bit or something, and then I would die. And I would get no further. So whatever that point was, I literally couldn't get past it. Beating Melania and not being able to beat Radagon. Dude, he's just bullshit. You don't have a chance to attack him. He literally doesn't stop attacking. Melania at least will stand there sometimes and just take hits for like 5 seconds and not react. He literally doesn't stop teleporting and flying around. Are they one of the most fair fights in the game? Then I don't understand. Then I don't understand his mechanics, I guess. I don't understand them. Because it literally just gets to a point where it kept getting to a point where I could whittle him down, he would change his moveset, and then I would never hit him again. And he would kill me very quickly. Elden Beast. I haven't reached that one. I was watching you play it. It looked way easier than what I was dealing with on like Radagon's moveset change or something when he gets low health. That one at least looked like, you know, you dodge 5 attacks and then you get like 10 seconds to attack him or something. Or however many you have to dodge, and then you're allowed to attack. Okay, so I'm changing how this is laid out. He's also said probably yes along the region positions. Then set the shape transforms. Alright, so that gives me permission to just totally alter this thing. Two I. Oh, I guess this includes vertex spacing, so it's actually not a 2i, it's a vector 2. Because vertex spacing is any value. Alright. I'm making this one return to vector 2. V2, V3. Do not need that. Vector 2. Cell center. V2, V3. This vector 2 has to include distance stuff, so P snapped position. I will actually rewrite this as cell center. This position is less than what the hell? That's not right. There's just a bitwise XOR. What? That is not squaring. That's like math squaring. That's not. Comparison, logical. XOR. No way this guy's XORing radius with 2. That's really funny. That's actually crazy. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? I guess you probably need to do that, but that's really funny. That's really funny. Okay. All right. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Grid offset. This can probably all drop out, I think. Get cell uses grid position, which is, I guess, V2, V3. Okay, I need to see what V2, V3 does. Is it just putting it on... This is probably a macro, right? That's so funny. I actually can't believe it's written like that. Oh, here they are. V2, V3. Yeah, okay. So it's X and Y goes on X and Z. All right. Good to know. V2I, V3. All right, good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. So this should be yeah, vector 2. And this will be a vector 2 because we multiply by vertex spacing. V2, V3. So this will be plus that grid offset. This should just be fine. V2, V3. So same thing. I don't need that middle component. V2, V3. Yep. And then this will be this plus that times cell size times vertex spacing. All right, cool. So yeah, it all just drops out to although get region location on terrain. That's probably why some of them are just failing to get colliders on them, because he's doing that in dynamic mode, because he's writing it like that. Alright, so unfortunately there's no overload for different types, so it needs to have a vector 3. Which is really funny, because this actually then just casts your input out of that. That's funny. Okay. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new function. And it will do this. And v3, v2, I'm sure just cuts out that bit in the middle. And this will do return get region location, which maybe needs to be written after it then. v3, v2. Okay. Alright, I gotta adjust the window. Sun is very warm today, so I'm probably gonna have to go without it soon. Okay, so now I've written this. I'm gonna go, is this the header file? Oh, it is the header file. Okay, so then I need to scroll up and find where that is defined. Vector 2. And I guess this can actually be defined inline then, can't it? So and it should be called global XZ. Okay, so now I can just write that and pass in a vector 2. And now that works. Now util get cell. This one, let me see where it's defined. I'm guessing it's probably, okay, so it's not. So it's got to be get cell. Yeah, so we ignore, we are ignoring that. So change that to global XZ. And then I'm going to make this and this just does well, I mean, I think it's defined as static, which means I don't know how it's C++ is weird, but I think I probably have to write it like this. Which is v3, v2 defined already? It absolutely is. Okay. Also, this doesn't make sense to be references. Yeah, those being references don't make any sense, actually, because we're not modifying them. We should not be taking a reference from those. This one, sure, we can take reference. These ones, these are built-in types. A reference there doesn't make sense at all. Which maybe there's some kind of that was weird. I'm not sure how that happened. There's probably compiler just probably deletes that, honestly, because it should know that taking a reference to that and then not modifying it. Taking a const reference to a built-in type makes no sense. You shouldn't do that. All right, slowly getting through this. How can I generate random numbers on Linux? Great question. That's a great question. All I can do is point you to the all I can do is point you to this guy. You're just gonna have to figure it out. I think they probably have like a simple example. Okay. Apparently they don't. I think the examples. Yeah. Well, there's the code. That's how you do it on Linux. You gotta make a random device. You gotta create a generator from the random device. You gotta create a distribution, and you gotta pass that generator to the distribution. And now you get your random number. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. Cell location, if active instance cells has cell location. Okay, so yeah, these are not going to be keyed to vector 2s. Which they were keyed to vector 3s earlier, so yeah, this works. This doesn't seem right. Simple random numbers in bash. Random, it makes 5 numbers. I don't understand that. Yeah, I don't know how random works. But I guess random's how you do it. Yeah, keying by floats is Not correct. Get cell as a vector 2i. Alright, so yeah, I was thinking these probably are supposed to be vector 2i's. And you would divide or the cell position is just, yeah, a vector 2i. Alright, I gotta like move the window around completely. It's too hot. That was very dark. It is just way too hot. Alright. Hey, Yulia. So... Cells probably really should be like, these probably should be vector 2i's. I think they should be vector 2i's. I just have to, essentially I take the region and the region position is a vector 2i. Get region location is a vector 2i. So region location is used for nothing. Oh, it's right there. So we get the region location. Yeah, cells should definitely be just like yeah, vector 2i for sure. Why is it hot? It full. Well, I'm inside. So when the sun comes through the window, it's just straight sunlight. So the sunlight doesn't get colder when it's cold outside. It's just hot. I gotta adjust my computer screen brightness. There we go. Something's up. Sorry, sunlight is a wave. Light's a wave. It's a wave. Oh gosh, what is going on? I'm like... Okay, make it brighter again? I don't... Hang on. Everything's a little blurry. Light is in the spectrum. It's a... what? I said it's a wave. Light is a... sunlight does have a spectrum. Region location. Where's snapped position used? Snapped position. Snap to grid. Get collision target position. Nice. Over vertex spacing. Let me see if get collision target position divided by vertex spacing happens anywhere else. Did I just paste something somewhere? I did. Can that stop happening, please? Oh my gosh. And then when I hit undo, it just like goes up because I don't know what it undid. It like immediately undoes whatever change was made, and then it like teleports to where I previously changed something. It's like where the next one would be. Get collision target position. So it's used here for update instance collision, and it's used here for update over spacing. Spacing is get vertex spacing. Okay. And then it does snap to grid. Okay. All right, that makes sense then. Okay. So snap position is basically my world position relative to terrain. All right. So this takes in, honestly, I think all this really needs is just snapped position. Unless this is a static function, which maybe that changes how I should do this. It's not static. It's in, yeah, it's not static. So I mean, okay, I guess it probably should take everything. All right, but get region location. We can compute all this later. I don't think vertex spacing is relevant here. I don't think vertex spacing is relevant here. That doesn't really make sense to be providing. Also, again, with the const references to... I'm dropping this. That's ridiculous. That is an insane thing to do. It really is. Because we're not modifying that, and we shouldn't be modifying that. I guess that's why it says const, but there's no reason for that. It is literally faster to just like copy that integer than to create a pointer to the integer and then pass that pointer around as a reference and then treat it as a reference. Which, like I said, since it's a const reference to a built-in type, I'm sure the compiler just says, what? And just deletes the reference part and just compiles it without the reference. Yeah, so just get rid of all that. Cell center. P snapped position. Cell center plus cell location or cell location. Does vector 2 have a plus equals for an integer? Probably not. Radius is like a meter radius. Cell center should be yeah, I guess so. This is probably where I'm doing all of that stuff. Cell center is cell location, region location. Region location, so this is now in meters. Vertex spacing doesn't make sense to include that. Integer, if you have a Pentium CPU, you can do floating points too. Yeah, okay. Alright, so my idea for these cells should be cell 0 is in like region 0, cell 0. Cell 1 is region 0, cell 1. So what I would get is essentially just those mappings. So cell location would be region location not times region size. It would be get cell grid position no. So you'd have like cell negative 1000 or something. 32. I guess let me check if there's enough space for that. How many cells would I need? So if I have 1024, each region has 4 cells. 496, that's more than enough. So if I'm using an integer, which is, I think 4 bytes, 30, wait, no, 2. Okay, there's more than enough. There's more than enough for integer to handle. I guess that would be -1, so this would be 31. So yeah, that is 2 billion. 2 billion cells. Signed. So yeah, that's definitely supported. So in order to go from a cell back, I would take the cell. So how do I know that cell 0... how do I know that cell -1 is in... Or sorry. If I have 4 cells per region, how do I know 2 cells... Or no, yeah, it's 4 in one direction. How do I know if how do I know that cell 5 is in region 1? I guess it would actually be cell 4, because we started at 0. How do I know that cell 4 is in region 1? It would be because I know there are 4 cells per region. So it would be... All right, fine. Let's use global position then. But that means I can't use vertex spacing. I would do vertex spacing at the very end. When I go out of this. So region location is like 0, cell location would be region get cell of this grid position, which is snap position plus the grid offset, which x minus radius. What is radius? Radius is a U at 16, so it's integer division. So grid position is my snapped position plus the grid offset. I can do get region location, which is somewhere. What is this? Close that. Oh no, it's terrain data right here. Get region location. Oh, and it's factored in the vertex spacing. Or it assumes vertex spacing is already factored in. So my vertex spacing is 2. That would mean at this position I would... Yeah, it's descaled, right? So this should not be incorporating... if I'm calling this with a grid position, this absolutely cannot be... This has to be a global position. So this is my current position plus my grid position, or grid offset. So I get a valid region location at this point. And then I would say... get the cell of... Actually, I guess I would kind of take that out, really. So I know that my cell position is grid. So grid position is a global position. Okay, so I guess I actually do need vertex then. Okay, so I actually definitely do need this in this case. All right. So this should just give me the get cell returns a 2i. Awesome. And then cell center. Check if the cell is within the radius. Terrain. Get data. Get region T. I'll do this here. If this is not valid, continue. So we're constantly building up from the prior part. Good. So if this is not a real region, then we can't use it. Okay. And we check. If we don't, if we have it, continue. So all this drops out one. And then I guess I check, probably this one's probably the fastest one to check, actually. I bet this one's the fastest one to check first. So I say, yeah, to the cell center. This one does make sense. Whoops. Cell center is cell location. What's the original code here? Cell location plus that term. Okay. Okay, cool. Two multiplications and like an addition gotta be... Well, I mean, maybe this is slower than this. Now, this is a hashing function, so this has got to be faster to check if it's in the radius first. It's got to be within the radius, then it's got to be a real region, then it can't already be in our list, and then we can add that cell location. All right. Here, we're just going through every region location and adding every cell in that region. So this should just be vector . Oh yeah, so this should actually go back then. Region location is this times region size times vertex spacing. Okay. Well, not really, actually. Yeah, I've said that I want cell location to be a global. No, I need to know this to get the integer cell at a position, but this should be times cells per region. So I want this up here. So if it's -1, we would drop back 4 cells, and cell 0 would be there. There's always a weird thing when you get to the when you go from the positives to the negatives, because 0 is this point and the negative would actually drop back, and sometimes you actually want negative to start here and go up from there, and not be negative starting from over here and going this direction, if that made any sense. So yeah, it's probably, there actually might be a negative issue here. Well, not really, because if I'm going to the halfway point, then not really. So region location, this is like 0, 1, 2, 3. Cells per region, so this makes region location in cells. So I'm actually going to do times that instead. And then I get this. Okay. Check if the cell is within the radius. So cell location then needs to probably be multiplied. So yeah, cell location is now like a global cell location, so this should probably be times. So now I map it out. Then I add vector to vertex spacing times cell size. So cell location is like in terrain space, multiplying it by vertex spacing brings it to global space. There is that, I think there's definitely like a negative issue here though. It's probably fine. I guess what I would do is I probably need to do printing. Something like that. This is tough. Okay, so get cell is still like a local space. Yeah, okay, so get cell should be like a local space within the region. And doing this transform brings it to like a global cell location. And then I would do this. Is there a V2I V2? No. So I guess those are probably interchangeable already if there's no conversion for that. If the distance from the cell center to my position is greater than the radius squared, skip it. If it's not a valid region, skip it. If it's oh, this is so this check get region P. Get region P. It takes a vector 3. Or would I just do like has region? Because then I have a region location. That seems like a better one to use. Has region. Of get region ID. Oh, P stands for position. Get region ID. Returns ID of any active region. Negative out of bounds or no region or region ID. Get region ID. So region location. Zero equals no region. Okay, so it'd be -1. Okay. Get region location as region. And I believe if I look at how this is kind of written, they would do get region location, get region ID. And has region does region ID is not -1. Perfect. Right. So region location. Maybe then it would actually be faster to check it here. If we don't have that region, we skip. And then yeah, I guess checking if it's in our thing. So yeah, this transforms it to global. True spacing. Okay. And then I guess I can actually just say get region locations. Get region pointer. Maybe I should look at what get region pointer is doing. Catch invalid types. Okay. Get region pointer. Regions, if regions has what? If regions has, okay, so I guess this is actually fine to do that. Get region pointer. Yeah, sure. Okay. That should work, I think. Full collision. So here I'm going through each region location. I guess I can do this. Oh, region looks like a weird word to me now. So position is not what I'm looking for. I would be looking for region position. Yeah, delete this. Actually, just delete that. So we're looking for the same thing that I have up here, where cell location is going to be region location times cells per region plus vector 2i, x, and y. So now I have vector 2i. Okay. All right. I should probably document this. Of regions and rated cell positions. There's an array of cell positions in terrain space. Okay, so I'm just going to document that so I know what I'm doing there. Okay. So now instance cells to build. Is passed to get instance build data. So I should call the cell position. Expects vector 2i, cells to build. Get region location would be cell position. I guess this also should take cell size. Well, it's a constant. Well, no, I guess it's not. So yeah, let me just double check where's cell. All right, it's used in a few spots, I guess. So essentially what I would do is I would take cell position and actually I would just multiply it by vertex spacing. I just learned VS Code is also just a code. What? What do you mean, just a code? A fork? A fork of what? What am I doing all this for? I'm getting a region location. Oh, cell position. That's fine. Yeah, so what I'm really doing is I'm grabbing the region. I have to get the region from all this. Cell global position. Cell location. Cell instance dat. Mesh instance. Wait, what? Mesh instance. Oh, right. Okay, it comes from that. It's not Atom. Okay. Right, so essentially what I'm doing is I'm going from still this like cell global position, which is actually this value, which is just the same. To get in real space, it would be times vertex space ing, if I could type and not write typos. So get region location. Really, this would be, I have region size, and I know cell size. So I could determine the region from the cell without doing this multiplication bit. So get region location, because what they do, I'm pretty sure, is they just straight up, they just divide it by this value. So it would be descaled divided by, yeah, so I'm really just looking for this value there. Vector 2i of that dot floor. Okay, yeah. So I don't even need that. And then cell location. Cell location is like the local cell location. So this would just be cell position times that. And what does util get cell do? It divides it by this value. So I would be multiplying it by something and dividing by something again. So I guess if I know I'm multiplying it by something and dividing it by that something again, I should just be able to pass in 1 for this. Because it doesn't change anything. It's just a pos mod by this value. And in fact, I think what I could do is I can just subtract. I don't need any of that. Cell location would just be cell position minus the region location. Nah, I'll leave it like that because it's kind of uncertain. Well, no, I know what it should be. I know what it should be. So they floor this. And they... Utility functions. They divide it by cell size. I mean, yeah. That's fine. So they do util... Where does utility functions come from? It's just all listed here. What is utility functions? Okay, I see what it is. Pause mod. Thing is, we have the modulus operator. So either one of these can be negative. Okay. And cell position is like let me look at this again. Get instance cells to build. Cell location is region location times cells per region. Add that cell. So it would be cell to get region location. Back out of this. I would take cell location, subtract it by this. Really? Okay. Oh, no. This is the value that I want. So to get this value out, I would take, to get this on its own side, I would subtract this value. So I take cell location minus region location times cells per region, and I get this value out of it. So if it's cell -1, that would be in region -1. -1 minus let's say each region is 2 by 2 cells. Cell -1 would be the 0 cell in that region of region -1. So it would be -1 minus -1 times 2. So -1 plus 2. So I would get 1, which is wrong. Okay, so I guess it is... I guess this is a bit incorrect. Because how do I get the 0 cell then, right? I would have to say cell -2. So cell -2. Yeah, this is where I think the negative signs kind of flip things around. What is the pause mod? Okay, am I thinking about this the wrong way then? So if I'm cell 0 of region -1, that would be cell 0 of region -1. -1 times cells per region 2. That would be -2. Cell 0 is -2. So -2 minus -1 times 2. So -2 plus 2, 0. So if I was cell 1, this would be -2 plus 1, -1. So then that would be -1. So -2 is cell 0, -1 is cell 1. So then to recover this value, I would do -2, -1. Okay, so that works. Yeah, I would just add region location, or I would subtract region location times cells per region. That was a hard one to get through. Okay, so cell location would be cell position minus region and location times cells per region. Cell size. Somewhere where you like grab this value. Yeah, just yeah, so we don't need vertex spacing, but I will take cell size. And actually, because I'm producing... No, I'm just pulling in the transforms. I'm not... The transforms are already good for me. I'm just collecting them. Honestly, should cells, instance cells to build, be a region and cell? Maybe they should be. Maybe they should be a region to cell map. No, because I think I'm using that to get okay, whatever. That's fine. It's fine. I don't like this. So vector 2i of cell position over region size. So cell position is not multiplied by cell size. It would just be like yeah, it'd be like -1, -2. So I divide this by region size. I guess I'd actually say region location is cell position divided by not region size. It would be cells per region. So -1 divided by 2. And then flooring that would be incorrect. Oh, no. It's just up until you would multiply it by vertex spacing. It's right up until you multiply by vertex spacing. So region location, cell location is region location times cells per region. Times cell size. That's what it's supposed to be. Okay. Okay, now this makes sense. All right, now this makes more sense. So cell position over region size should get you the region location. Okay, right, good. And yeah, this still supports like 2 million meters, so we're cool there. All right, now this makes sense. Okay. Okay. Maybe this should be cell location times. Okay, maybe I am going back to this. Cell location times cell size times vertex spacing. Makes it a vector 2. And then we're just storing an integer value there. Okay, cool. Now, here, cell position is cell position times, it's probably all of this, right? Times cell size. And I'll just wrap this in more parentheses so it's clear. Okay. So now this would just simply be, yeah, minus region location times cells per region. All right. So then I said the way that we're doing this is we are going from mesh ID to cell position to transforms. And cell position would be multiplied by cells per region. Times vertex spacing to get like a true transform. Okay. So I need to make sure cell position is correct. So what we'd be storing here is not an array. We'd be storing instance build data would be instance data. Instance data is a dictionary. All right, so what I'm doing here is essentially I'm just going to start writing this over again. So what we're storing is the mesh ID to cell vector 2i cell position. And then also, I'm going to call this like cell local. If instance dictionary does not have cell local. Cell local. Okay. And then I'm applying the transforms. So I have a copy of the transforms. And then I'm just trying to store it here now. So I guess it's actually all the way out here. So it should be dictionary. Cells will be instance build data mesh ID. And then if not cells has cell position, then I'm going to say cells will be a new typed array of transform 3D, I guess. Okay. And then I just simply do cells, cell position, append array, X forms. And then yeah, all this weird stuff just goes away. Then I guess I would say mesh ID. Look how this is written before. This is like kind of crazy code. Like it's kind of nuts how this actually works. Because we just say, "Hey, give me an array," and it's like, "Okay, here's an array." Even if it doesn't exist, which is wild to me. That's really weird to me. I don't understand how that works. Okay, so yeah, I guess I just do dictionary, grab it, and then actually let me go look at what dictionary has, because I'm actually curious about that. Mention buying a laptop for gaming. Slap the name of RTX 5090. Weaker throttle, power limited with bad cooling. Yeah, don't get gaming laptops, I think. I think that's just the... I think you should just generally not do that. You should not get gaming laptops. Alright, I want to see what this does. Get comes with a default. So get or add. I think is probably what I want to say. I want to say get or add. And do cells equals well, okay. You know what? I won't do that. I just won't do that. Yeah, the fact that get, I guess because get returns a variant and variants can just be cast to other types, it's kind of crazy. So that's probably why you're allowed to write it like this, because you're rewriting it. You're writing it back. You're claiming I'm getting an array, so it returns an instant. It returns a null variant. It casts the null variant to an array variant, and then you put it back in. It's nuts. You want to know, did that? It's, the thing is, it's just marketing, and like, if you're just like, people know that gaming PCs are more powerful, so like, okay, I can spend the money on it. My dad got a gaming laptop, but it actually seems kind of good. Although it runs Windows, so it suffers from the classic Windows laptop issue, where the laptop just becomes unusable eventually because of how slow it gets. He does not use it for what it could do, though, unfortunately. I don't think it was like an expensive one. I think he got it because it was like, compared to the other options, it was cheap and like way better. I think it was back when, like just before gaming laptops kind of became what they are, reached their final form. Where you had crappy laptops with nothing, and then you just had gaming laptops that were actually performant. And like and cheaper actually, because they were selling you shitty laptops for a huge markup, because they were like, oh, our laptop is half an inch thick plus $1,000 to the price tag. So it was that kind of thing. It's also really old. So getting the instances, if we don't have the mesh ID, make it a dictionary, and then grab it. If cells doesn't have cell position, make it, and then yeah, dictionaries and typed arrays are always by reference, right? So okay. Alright, cool. So now instance build data comes back as a proper thing. And I guess actually I can kind of It's still a bit weird. You wouldn't do it this way for sure, but whatever, it's fine. Because what you would really do is you would go through every mesh ID once, and then you go through every cell and check for that mesh ID. Yeah, honestly, let me flip that around. So we're doing this instead. We would just go through every type. Instancer. So mesh count, get assets, get mesh count. And they call this mesh ID. Okay. So yeah, you should do it in this order for sure. And then I guess I could do all this out here instead. Checking mesh ID. No longer doing any of that. Godot has some meshes. And then at this point, you would run this code. Okay. This should definitely be a good speed optimization too, doing it this way. Because then we just totally skip a mesh for every cell, every region, if it doesn't have one. So instead of going through like every cell and checking the same mesh, checking mesh number 2, which has no collider, for every single cell, you check it one time and you run through the cells. And now this matches better with mesh instance build data. It matches this better. Sorry, like this. So if mesh instance build data doesn't have the mesh ID, actually, in fact, I just know that dictionary cells I can just delete all that. Save that to cells. And then if not, cell position. If cells does not have cell. Well, cell definitely doesn't have cell position because this is going to be the first time we see it every time. So Still transforms will just be a new... I guess I can actually write it like this. Cell transforms, append array, X forms, and then I would say cells like that. Oh, I think I missed that message. Sorry. 3080 laptop for 1,100. That stuff. I don't know anything about that. Big thing is definitely research and then looking it up online. I want to find a video of some guy with 2,000 views on YouTube reviewing whatever I'm buying. Dude, afternoon... Dude, no. No. It's not. I'm working. I will let you know when it's afternoon Overwatch time. Dude. Don't hate me because I'm grinding, man. I piss on your grind. No instances in this cell. I guess I can do a check, because this is per each mesh, and say if cells was not empty, then I will add it. So I'm not just adding blank stuff. Is that right? Is empty. Awesome. If cells is not empty, then we put it on there. I mean... Oh, this is a bit weird. Never mind. I'm seeing it. So what I would really want to do is... Oh. Because I'm doing some math here every time. So I'll be getting the instances for a region several times. Damn. Okay. Mesh types. Okay, okay. I see it now. All right. Well, also, I'm kind of confused now. Okay, I think. All right, all right, all right, 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 right. Okay, 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 okay. So what I really want to do is I want to build a list of valid meshes immediately, and then I can check if it's a valid mesh type. So I'm not pulling in data like that. Um, all right, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Also, it's actually lunchtime, so I'm gonna get food, and I'll be back. And I gotta reconsider what I'm doing here because there's definitely a way to do this, iterating and running these checks one time. Because like I said, we'd be checking every mesh to be valid for every single cell. We're grabbing a region for every single cell. I should only have to do this. I should only have to do this once per region. And do this once per mesh asset. So I can just do like 2 or 3 loops ahead of time. Or keep a dictionary of regions so I can just grab this really quickly. Yeah, yeah. I would be able to like grab every region's. I can make it better. All right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I do other things when I get lunch, by the way. I'm not walking out there slathering some peanut butter on bread and then coming back. Okay. I've got food. And yeah, anything about how to make this so we're checking every region once, every cell once, every mesh once. So probably what this means is probably just running this loop, the mesh loop first, to get valid mesh IDs, and then grabbing going through those valid ones, this list of valid ones that we've created, and just operating on the assumption that they're valid. Right. I made a ham sandwich. Not really cooking. But this morning I did make a fried egg sandwich with cranberry sauce. That was really good. Yeah, I really want to work on this. This is very interesting to me. And plus, they've said like 3 times now. Well, they said twice this should be done soon and we're trying to get it in soon. And then supposedly this is like holding back. Instance collision is holding back the 1.1 update for Terrain 3D, so actually I'm not, because I'm getting paid. It's pennies per hour, but help your cousin. I'm technically not doing this for free at this point. Let me rephrase. Pennies per day. It's like 2 to 4 cents of ad revenue every stream. So. Yeah, what would that come out to be? The Train 3D I was paying you? No. Even people in poverty get paid more than I am doing this. They make dollars a day. I make pennies a day. Who's watching the ads? Someone. People open the stream and Twitch is like, here's an ad. And they decide to stick through the ad and then they probably leave immediately. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. It's been an hour. She still has only 8 viewers. Only? That's like the top 10% of the category. 8 viewers is really high. Actually, that might even be like top 1% of the category. Maybe not top 1%. Probably closer to top 1% than 10% of the category, though. Okay. So. Collect valid mesh IDs. Not valid. Do that. If we're not enabled. Do that. Then I go collision, mesh IDs, append, mesh ID. Okay, so now I know what's valid. Does region get instances? Can this give me a, okay, close that actually. Jones 4K viewers. Yeah. But there's only one pirate software. Like 8 viewers out of all streams is like not nearly there, but this category, 8 viewers is a lot. There's the yeah. One that's holding on right now is called L:(Q. Is a bunch of word salad I don't understand. Okay. Why was I looking at that? I don't remember. I don't remember anymore. Okay. So then here I would do, for each one of these, don't care about that. I would then say if not mesh instance dictionary has mesh ID, continue. If cell instance dictionary let's delete those comments. So gather up all the ones that are valid. Visiting and also visiting at the computer. Crazy title. No. There's no such thing as that. He's an artificial lobotomy? What does that mean? Okay, so this should be a little bit better. Now we're only checking the ones in there. I guess I could probably do it the other way around. Let me go look at this again. Mesh types for that in mesh type. Nah, let's not do that. I don't need to do that. This is definitely a faster check. If this region doesn't have this cell location, then do less. And then I guess what I would really do is I would go through and build up for each cell. I would build up a I mean, I think it's fine because we're not like making copies here. These aren't technically copies. These are references. A dictionary is technically a reference. That's just how the type works. So even though it does make a copy, it basically just tracks the pointer of the data over. An arch autist. Okay. Then maybe lobotomy is the wrong word. So transforms, I guess this is meant to produce global transforms? That doesn't really make sense though. We're taking the transform and moving it. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to do that. Just, yeah, don't do that. There's no need to do that. Cells at this cell position. Alright, so yeah. So we have mesh instance build data. Mesh instance build data. We're doing it. Cells here, right? Cells. Okay. So here's kind of where I gotta do this thing again. mean, like, if it was the other way around, it would be nicer. Just the nested loop part does suck, but I think that's the only way around this. And there's really no difference between doing it this way and doing it the other way, so I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, I am just gonna do it this way. There's no difference one way or the other. So cell position is equal to triple zero. Yeah, so I make a new one. I append array. I'm not modifying the transforms. So it should also be is empty instead of less than 3. Mesh instance dictionary mesh ID, cell instance dictionary. If cell instance dictionary does not have the cell local value, then we skip it. Okay. And you know what, the way that this is stored, I just realized this. The way that this is stored is we are starting with a region location. We're starting with a region location. This one's actually a bit different, so I guess it could come in a new order. But this one, there's definitely some weird optimizations that could probably be made if we stop using cells and we started using regions, and we just do a full region. But I guess cells makes more sense because those have a fixed size. Regions don't. No Overwatch. But it sucks a little bit because 2 nested loops. I don't like that. But technically this is a little bit better because this list is always going to be shorter than the number of cells. It should be. And it's just Boolean checks. So it should be pretty fast. This one has to do a lot of math before it can do anything. And hashing. Hashing, yeah. So definitely way better to check the meshes, like a good mesh first. Oh, here's my thought. It could just be, region to cell. So then I only do this one time for a clump of cell, for the clump of cells. Whatever. It could be so much faster, but this is already better at this point. Region location times cell size over region size. Got the region, can I get region? Cell local. Array triple. And then we added the year. Okay. Get instance build data is good. And it is used for get unused instance shapes and generate instances. So I bet it probably... Yeah, okay, cool. Is dynamic mode? Okay, so first of all, that first thing. Well, right. Okay. I wonder if there's any... I don't know if I have to refresh it. Yeah, okay. Just want to see if there's any dude trying to communicate with me. I guess next check for... Yeah, okay, I'm good. So for each... one of these, I think I basically check if it has a cell, right? So I get it by mesh ID, so I should get in a dictionary. This is a dictionary now of cell data. If cell data size is greater than 0, not is empty. Mesh instance transforms is Okay. All but blank assets. This one only uses 0. Minus size. Really? So we get number of instances to decompose. Current recyclable size minus that one. So we're like removing the shapes, or we're removing. Oh, we have shapes that we can use. So we're moving them to unused shapes. It's a bit of a weird thing, but sure. And this is just using the size. Mesh is just transform size. So this is kind of... This is a really weird way to do it. Keep count at 0. And then I guess I do for I 0, I is less than or I guess I'm doing the keys in the dictionary, right? So, or I can iterate the value. I think, wait, iterating keys. I want to iterate keys. For vector 2i, so keys will be so data keys for vector 2i cell position and cell keys. I will be doing keep count, add cell data, cell position, size. Keep count. Okay, cell data is instance build data, mesh ID, which Yeah, for mesh ID and spare instance keys. I grab that. It may not exist, but it will give me a dictionary anyway. I guess I can actually do this here instead. So if it has it, then I do this. Then I grab that, I get the keys. Okay. Cell keys, cell data, cell position, and cell keys. Keep count to add cell data, cell position, size. Okay. And then the rest of that stays the same. Now down here, generate instances. The keys will be mesh instance keys. So that's good. Mesh ID is valid and has some meshes, which, sure, whatever. We can do that again. Then this is actually cell data. No instances. Yeah, just no instances of this type are needed. Then transforms and cell positions. So we're just running through all this crap. So now I have cell positions. So I will say const typed array cell positions will be cell data. Is it keys? Yeah, it's just keys. Keys. And then for cell position in, I'll call this cell pause instead of cell position, so it's more clear that they are different. And then transforms will then be it's already a typed array, so I'll actually call this just cell. Sure, I guess that's fine. And then super nesting happening over here. Okay. Actually, yeah. I'll just call it cell pause then, because I just saw this down here. So we get the transform. Cell pause, active instance cells. Cool. That's the only place, or it's also used down here. Okay. All right. Active instances array. These just debug checks, I guess. I mean, actually, I guess it shouldn't be empty. Oh, no. It is fine. Actually, no, it would be, if, oh. Oh, no. So that's already handled. Yes, this is an error. Also, it's probably just supposed to be warnings. Well, I mean, I guess errors, whatever. If I put an empty one in, then yeah, that's a problem. Alright, so now we get through each cell position. Then we go through each transform in there. Okay. And then all of that should stay the same. And I guess it depends on, like, because active instance cells uses this, I need to make sure that we're using the correct keys when I actually do it. Yeah, so this is wrong. Use a cell position. And get recyclable instances should be given. Yeah. It needs these values. Get recyclable instances. Same thing here if not is dynamic mode. So I could do that. This would be cell position times cells per region times what is this? Region size divided by cell size times cell size. Also, this needs, because we're doing a distance, it does need this as well. One sec. Cool. Okay. Yeah, if I'm thinking about the math like this, it's kind of weird, right? Region size over cell size times cell size is just the same thing as region size. Isn't that weird? No. Cell position is actually just multiplied by cell size. Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking about that. It's just multiplied by cell size. Don't need region size. Unless it's in here and I don't see it. Nope. Cell position times cell size. Times vertex size. Or I guess it would be cell position plus 0.5. Yep. Times that. That'll just be a vector 2. And then I would do cell center, distance, squared to stat position. is less than radius times radius. Continue. All right. So cell center, distance to snap position is within our radius. I guess it should be less than or equal to radius. None of those are doing cell. Position. Okay. Decomposing cell that. Then we do mesh, asset keys, active instances dictionary. Instances. Unused is this list. And then I would say unused assets append array active instances array. Active instance cells, arrays cell position. Okay. So we move them to recyclable, and then later on. Alright, yeah, this is pretty cool. Okay. I think this is it. Region location, cells per region, cell size. That's not right. Times cell size there is not correct. Or is it? Cell location, region location, cells per region. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be multiplying it by cell size. I think that was... Oh no. I know one way or the other was the right way, and I am upset that I... Cell positions are like global cell locations. Okay? So, cell location to get the region... Yeah, because I don't. These aren't sized, right? These aren't sized. These are just like cell index positions. That's what they're supposed to be. That's why I do this division up here. Same thing with those. Okay. All right, what bugs have I written? Nice. That's what I want to see. I want to see that I mess something up. Undeclared identifier global XY. Did you mean global XZ? Yeah, I think so. I think so. So 3D data H215. Yeah, I meant XZ there. Okay. What? Line 230 subpause, did you mean cell low? Collision 230. That definitely did mean cell location. Okay. Recyclable instances does not match declarations. Get recyclable instances. Where's my last error? Here. So that should be the signature of it. Oh yeah, I guess I took this out, right? Yeah. Get instance build data. Takes in a region size. Is that correct? Takes in a region size and a cell size. Cell size, vertex, region size, cell size. Okay, so I guess let me check that these functions are being called correctly then. Because I just realized that they're probably not being called correctly. Instance cells to build should take region, cell, vertex spacing. All right. Recyclable instances takes position, radius, cell, and vertex. Instance build data takes region and cell size. Cool. Unused instance. 2 dictionaries. Generate instance. Dictionary, dictionary, dictionary is what it looks like. Yep. And then I guess these probably have some references stuck on them in the wrong way. I feel like I saw that. Or I did not. Region cell vertex, cell vertex, region cell. Region cell vertex, region cell. Okay. Okay. Matching function style cast from float to vec2. Okay. That is line 247. Whoops. Okay. Goal position. Undeclared identifier. Okay. Oh. Right. Okay. And then, also const int. Am I stupid? Yes. A little bit. Sometimes. And then, right, okay, I see what I'm doing there. Apparently, I don't use the right name there or something. X, Z, X, Z. Alright, what was this error? There's just so much stuff there that I want to get off the screen. Okay. So this is, so what is this? Get region location. Oh, because I added a new binding. It doesn't like that. Data. Yeah, I think it doesn't like that. So I'll call that get region location P. Or, there is a way to make that binding work. I don't know why it says no matching Can a template ignored cannot infer a template argument M? Is there a way I can like disambiguate this? No, I guess not. I'll do this. XZ. And it'll tell me that I'm wrong in some places, and then I just go and fix those. So I'll go see where I'm wrong. Or it's expecting a vector too. Okay, a lot of places apparently. Oh, no. Then this is wrong. Then I gotta grab water. Okay, cool. So line 198. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get water. I'm back. Okay. What line was it? 198. Where is it? Oh, further up. Get region location. I should have named it that, right? I named it XZ like that. Underscore XZ. XZ. Okay, yeah, that's how I wrote it. And then no discard. I don't even know. Okay, it just pointed to vector 3, I guess. Interesting. Passing argument to parameter here. No member named floor in vector 2i. I thought this was flooring... What? This is making it a vector 2i? Okay, so if vector 2 is... Alright, I'm going to rename this. Because I need to go see the source code of this. I need to go see exactly what it does. I'm like extra bright. I can't do anything about that. So what is the operator division by a float? It doesn't have that. Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming then what I need to do is... do I even need to do that? Cell position times cell size divided by region size. These are all integers. So I don't need to do that. This is correct. All right. 296. So region location, I don't need that. It would just be cell position times cell size divided by region size. And then I have this variant issue here. Undeclared identifier cell. Oh yeah, because I made a cell pause. So 462, that's a really quick fix. Should be cell pause. And then this one, keep count. Okay, so I guess I have to save it as a typed array. It's somewhere up here, keep count. Cell transforms, keep count, add cell, transforms, size. Alright, this should be everything. Cool. Alrighty. Now, I also have the expectation that this is going to fix that case where sometimes the collider's just not there. And also that I should never be able to walk through a tree. I should never be able to move fast enough to get through a tree. Because it should be, the radius should be pretty high. Alright. I guess I'll test full game first and make sure this still works. 21 warnings there. Not good. And it is taking a while. But here it is, and I'm walking through everything. Okay. So that was a failure. Can Can I get region 0, negative 14? Okay, so... Interesting. So I guess I brought that bug back somehow. It's telling me anything here, nothing here, anything here, nothing here, okay. It's telling me Genesis build data 299. So region location, we cell position times cell size over region size. Okay, so this is incorrect. Cell position is... Cell position... Region location is, well, let me see, I guess. So from cell... location... is region location times cells per region plus its local position. So to get region location from cell location, it would be, I would subtract the local cell position and divide by cells per region. Subtract the local position, divide by cells per region. Okay. So that's not right. Cell position times cell size over region size. Actually, that makes sense to me. That does make sense to me. So why... So get instance build data, gets instances to build, which comes from here. So I ran in full mode, which means I did this. Region location times cells per region plus XY. So I would subtract. I guess that's the thing, it's a bit different, right? It's actually a bit different. So there's a different place where I do this, sort of, where I'm getting a region out of it. So where do I do that? Maybe it would be generate instances. No, I don't think so. Where do I do this? Yeah, I don't know its local position. That's the thing. I need to derive that. Let me read this again. -3 and -56. So -3, -3, -2, -1. Region 0, -14. So I'm assuming... Okay, well, yeah. 0, 14 doesn't exist. But what should this be? Cells per region. So if I just look at the output, oh, am I supposed to be going? I think it kind of is this, actually. So -1 would have 0. Yeah, so -1 would have 0. -1 would have cells -1, -2, -3, -4. Those are the cells that region -1 has. So there is an issue in this case. So this should be x times would it be sine? Well, okay, I start here. And then I say if x is negative, then I would do sublocation x would be subtracting x, add 1. And then same thing here. I knew I would need something like this. I remember I kept thinking about this and thinking, I probably don't need it, right? But in this case, this is necessary here. And it may be necessary here as well. Though I think this is probably right. No, this definitely isn't right. So so get cell -1 times cells per region. So we start at -4. Oh wait, no, that's no. Never mind. What? No, I'm right. I have been right. Okay, I'm convinced now I don't need any weird inversions for that. Because region location -1 starts at -4. Okay, so it is somehow here is wrong. Let me see what this used to be. So the issue was this line, 296. There. No. Okay, yeah, get instance build data. Can I get region? Where do I say can I get region? So region here is cell location, get region location, cell position. Huh? Terrain, get data, get region location. Okay, interesting. All right, let me look at the output. For cell -3, -56. So what should that be? -3, -56 should be region -1. That should be region -1. And then -56 would be also the cells are weird. It should be like -4. I should see like an extent of 4 happening here, but I'm not seeing 4 in a row. I'm seeing just 3. And then it's fine. Yeah, so what's the mistake? So cell position is okay, how do they do this? They do your position positive mod with a region size, and then they divide that by cell size. No, this was get region from a position. Gosh, what? I'm like really stupid or something. So I should be able to get the local, I should be able to get whatever the local cell is. And no. Cell position times cell size. So if I'm at -1 times cell size, and the numbers are -4 to -1, so cell position would be like -4. Should I be dividing it by cells per region? -4 divided by 4 is -1. I would be sealing it, I guess. Yeah, I guess it would actually be cell position divided by cells per region, which is the same thing as multiplying it by cell size and then dividing by region size. Oh well. And then I want to seal this. So if cell position was 0 divided by cells per region 4, that would work in the positive direction. When I reach 4, then I loop to the next one. Then in the negative direction, Okay. So what was written right here before is get region location with a cell position. So let me just go and look at what that does. Get region location. So it would do this method. This is what it would do. It takes cell position times cell size. And now the difference here is that I'm going to make this a vector to cell position. So now it will be negative 4 is the first cell of -1, or the region -1. So -4 times that would be cell size 32 divided by region size. And then I said that I figured that this was actually the same thing as doing a division multiply by cell size and divided by region size, same thing as doing multiply by cells per region. There's like an extra thing here that doesn't need to be here. Okay. Figuring it out. All right. I should be dynamic. I guess I didn't check first before I clicked through this. Okay, it's full game. That's fine. I have 401 errors now. So I guess that means I didn't fix it. Yeah. Okay, so now I just have different regions. Oh, can I get region cell -4 at... Well, that's like funny. -1 should be getting me region -1. I think I did the multiplication wrong. Cell position times... Cell position... Oh, it should actually just be divided by... times cells per region. What am I doing? Oh, it'd just be divided by that. Yeah, my bad. Okay. I just made everything multiply by 4. I was looking at the X and I'm like, they're all powers of 2. So I was multiplying everything by 4. Okay. Testing full game once again. Please have collision. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting it to be slow. I have a lot of trees right now. But this seems too slow. This seems a little too slow. Is it frozen? My mouse is locked in. I think Godot is frozen. It's frozen. Okay. Oh, it's the bad kind of freeze where... it's the bad freeze where Steam is also frozen. Why does that happen? Alright, it's back. Okay, so let me delete some of these trees, I guess, and see, and try to figure out what's going on now. Alright. See if it can tolerate that. Do we have collisions? No. Damn. Okay. It does take it a long time to figure... Oh! I forgot about transforms. I forgot about the transform part. So when I'm reading these, transforms are local to that position. So when I do the get instance data, I'm just literally saving it. I'm not doing the transform stuff. So when I finally place it, I need to finally transform it all the way over there. So transform will be, and then I guess here I do origin Then I guess here's finally where I would want to have well, okay, you know what? Fine, I'll put it back. I'll do the calculation up here. If it really wants me to. Yeah. Yeah. I do it down here. Well, okay. I guess the issue is that I don't have certain information at this point. So here I would need I need cell size. And I need vertex spacing. Okay. So then from here, my offset would be I guess I can do V2I3. V2I V3. I think it's actually here. Or is it here? V2I V3. Perfect. And I am using it as a const. So I transform it this way. Get shape transforms. This oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say, where, like, why am I missing this transform? Okay. Q debug mesh update. That's probably supposed to be a shape ID and then like this transform, shouldn't it? What is this? Transform 3D. So visual instance. So this is like global transform. Okay. So transform is global transform. Okay. So it should be this transform. Okay. Sure, leave that const. But here what I'm actually gonna do is do this, and I'm gonna do this. Shouldn't be a reference. This should actually be a copy when I do this. So I should be fine to change it. Origin will add cell offset. Yeah, I kind of forgot that part of it. And yeah, these should be using this transform. It's the global transform. This transform, this transform. I think it's just deleting it. Yeah. Deleting it. Cool. Okay. And then this one now needs this extra at the end. Okay, then generate instances. I think it's only called one time. Okay. Why is the camera like lag? Why is it like that? Weird. Alright, fine. Manual. Apparently it knows better than I do. Okay. So why is the editor plugin open? That shouldn't be open. Yeah, but I'm noticing this is really slow now. It is really slow now, and I'm not sure why. So I must have messed something up. And transforms still aren't going to the right place. I'm not sure what's up with that. How do I turn on like more logging? Because now I'm just kind of trying random things. And it still takes a long time. Okay. Maybe it's just this. Now I run. I would put overflow print less text. Funny. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to close. I'm going to run this through the console. So I can get better output. And it's still going to log. It's just going to look like it's not logging. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, apparently this like breaks or something when I do this. Like I can't interact with the screen. Oh, now it's laggy. Okay. Screw you, Godot. That is so stupid. Like, it literally just doesn't get more annoying than that. It just decides it's gonna be, like, unresponsive. Like, entirely. Okay, run. Because I don't know why it's running like it's dynamic mode, though. That's really weird. Let's turn on debug. Okay, so still no collision. Now I guess I get to scroll through this and see what might be happening. Oh. Adding shape. That's a very big number. That number is very large. See how big that number is? That's a very big number. So clearly something wrong with cell transform positions. Something very wrong. That's just like a massive, that's just a huge number. Build line 856. I mean, that's it's about as clear as it gets right there. So, close that. What line did it say? It was like adding shape to some position. Was like 300s? What was it? What was it? Adding shape. Get shape position. Build. Wait, what is this? Huh? Transform basis V3 max. What? What is this? Alright, I don't know what that is. Why? That's so weird. Okay. If rebuild and not dynamic mode. Dynamic mode. Full collision. Update instance collision. I'm gonna like comment this one out. This one's actually extreme, honestly. This one's extreme. I need this. I need to see this again with less spam. And preferably, I think I want to add a debug for this. So every time I place one, it's gonna print out a line about it. So we're gonna have this transform. Um, That one. There we go. Okay. So now I can see what's going on with this. I built it again. So I changed something and then forgot to actually have it ready. And I messed up. I'm not supposed to be opening it here. I'm supposed to be doing this. Quit. Quit. Supposed to run it from here so I can get logs. Yeah, put it over there. Run. Flashlight on? Weird. Okay, so added instant shape at -600. Those positions look correct. I mean, that looks perfectly correct. Okay. Exit. Try and get one of these and see where it is. Okay. Create a marker 3D, and I'm going to place it at one of these positions here. $682, $3903, 6672. Okay, so I'm not interesting. Okay. So there's colliders, they're just like in the wrong region, it seems. Okay. All right. I'm like off. Yeah, I'm off by some amount. I meant to just close. Okay. So I'm close, but not there. Cell offset is incorrect. So cell position times vertex spacing. So cell size. How is this wrong? Oh, okay. No, I get it. So I'm actually offsetting it by the region position. Or no. The transform that I have is I think it's relative to the region. I guess I can look at that and try to figure out where it is. So it should be data. I guess it would be in region. So get instances. I guess I need to go look at here. Parse them by region of cell location. So bright. Okay. 1 second, I gotta turn my light on. Just give it a little bit more light. Maybe turn this down a little bit. Okay. Transforms. Okay, so I guess, yeah, transforms are relative to the region. Yeah, these transforms are all relative to the region when I place them. So when I get the transform here, I mean, actually, I guess I could just look at what this is doing. That's probably what I should do. Or what I changed. What it was doing originally. Somewhere around here. So it's transform plus region location times region size times vertex spacing. Right. So I'm doing it the wrong way. I need to offset it by the region location that this is in. So I guess it would be cell position. Yeah, I have to get the region that this is in. So it looks like we're doing the same thing again. So we're doing const int region size. Generate instances will go here. Region size. And down here. Okay. So then what I have to do is I have to get from cell to region. So when I get, well, okay. All right. Maybe I should store the transforms correctly here. Maybe I should do that. There's no issue with me storing the transforms correctly here. So, yeah, actually, there's no problem with me storing the correct transforms there. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's not an issue to do that. There's no, yeah, there's no reason that I can't do this. So, region size, vertex spacing. Because the reason I'm saying that is because I already have these values here. Yeah, I guess I don't have region or vertex spacing here yet. But I do now. Yeah, okay. Do it that way. Do I have I? Indeed I do. Is it region, location times? That. Region location, region size, vertex spacing. Then region location to I. So V2I, V3, region location. Times region size, times vertex spacing. Okay. Oh, I missed that. So what? Vertex spacing? Did I not add it? Region size, cell size, vertex spacing. Region size, vertex spacing. What? Oh, cell offset. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Somehow I forgot to delete this part. Yeah, delete that part. Okay. Gosh, it's so annoying. All right, I want to know about this because what happens when you assign it to another transform? It's a trivial copy constructor, is what you're telling me. Awesome. All right. So this is a copy. I mean, that sucks, but that's just Godot. I can't do anything about that. Alright, one sec. Dog is barking. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Will everything work now? Nope. Never does. But maybe more of it will work. And I should probably I should probably apply positions before moving stuff. Awesome. So now there is one issue that I have with something that I'm noticing there. It looks like it's building the whole terrain like 4 times. That I have an issue with. And I do have, like, there's supposed to be debug shapes. I think those don't work because those are not collision shapes. These are just regular shapes. But I bet if I turn on Dynamic Editor, and I fly over here, see colliders appear. Nice, there's colliders. Okay, we turn some off. We're turning some on, turning some off. I mean, as long as the ones near me are on, that's all I can really ask for. It does seem like every now and then one of these turns off though, so I'm not really sure. Like that, this one right here should be on. Yeah, okay. So there's an issue, it seems. This might be what's causing some of them to turn on and some of them to turn off. Like where I can walk through some of them. It's like deleting or like at least moving shapes of trees that are near me that it shouldn't move. Like this one should not have moved. These ones should be on. Yeah, so there's a bunch of these that are just not coming on for some reason. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, see, these should be present right now, but they're not. "11 instances of 0? Strange. Right. Sure save. But I think I see something going on here. It looks like there might be a mismatch between how we decide to recycle something and how we decide to use something. It seems like we might be marking them unused before when we should not be doing that. So recyclable. I don't remember how does this work? Okay, full collision. All right, let me look at what this does. So, get recyclable instances, snap position, radius, Okay. So get instance cells to build, uses snap position in our radius, and get recyclable instances, uses our position in a radius. So these two are mismatched. And this isn't actually so bad. I think. So that's my thought. These are kind of like stepping over each other and not doing it correctly. So get recyclable instances. Takes our position and a radius, and it looks around us, and any cells that are outside of that range are decomposed. And I'll actually make this a debug as well. 1 second. Okay. I'll make this debug. So cell position plus 0.5 times cell size maybe what I should do is this vector 2 plus in that order. And I could validate myself for that change by looking at vector 2i and seeing what their add operator with the vector 2 is. Vector 2i they don't have one. They don't have one. So what about a vector 2 add a vector 2i? Should return a vector 2. So yeah, they should cast it to a vector 2. I'll just wrap it all in vector 2. So it's Because I think that's probably what was going on there. I was computing cell centers incorrectly, so it had a weird directional thing to it. Definitely was a problem there. I was not computing an actual distance like I thought I was. All right. Let's see if this is a little bit better and less weird. Okay, so it seems like we're no longer removing shapes. So it's failed to remove those. Oh, no. I think it means that they are recyclable, but there's nothing to use them on yet. So they're just like available. They're not actually being removed until I need them. Okay, it seems like we're just never recycling, actually. Yeah, because I'm not seeing... Oh, those ones are getting dropped. Are these getting doubled? These are definitely getting more than they're supposed to. Okay. So whatever I did was wrong. Whatever I just changed was wrong. Cell position. This like got worse. This made it worse. And we were stacking cells too, so that was wrong. Okay. So I think probably what I need to do is so instance build data should essentially be the opposite of this. So when I compute cell center, I should just be doing the opposite of whatever I'm doing here. In generating these. So cell location is region location times cells per region plus XY. Or yes, it's actually this one, right? Cell location. Yeah, alright. Vector 2 cell location plus times cell size times vertex spacing. Okay. If it's greater than radius times radius. Also, this is real type. There's no need to be... Wait. No, yeah, that's fine. That's right. Okay, that's right. And this should probably be provided a radius, actually. Radius times radius. We skip that. On here, we're just doing the opposite order. We're taking cell position plus vector 0.5 times cell size times vertex spacing. Okay, so these should be synchronized perfectly. Less than p radius, less than or equal to. If it's outside of a radius, we don't use it. If it's inside of a radius, we don't use it, right? Or equal to the radius, we don't use it. Okay, so get instance cells to build. Should take in a radius. And then down here at the bottom, I just pass in radius, like I do here. Extraneous, okay. What line was that? 207? Alright, cool. Alright, so as I fly around, it is not recycling them. Oh, it is. But there's these extra ones. Okay, I'm gonna save here. And hit reload soon. That's a very odd bug. Okay, well it works now. I'm seeing it. It's stashing some. Why is it doing this right now? What? I moved my mouse over here and then over here. Now it's like, let's scan for actions over every single texture resource. Text resource. Like, what? Why did it do that? Okay. No instances. Focus entered. Decomposing cells. 10 instances. 9 instances. None of 0 to recycle. Huh. So what's a microsecond to a millisecond? Is it another 1,000 or is it like 100? It's 1,000. All right, cool. So a millisecond, dude, that's pretty good. It says no instances of 0 to recycle, though. I guess it's if I do this. So I should have loaded some behind me, I think. Yes, I think it probably should have pulled some, right? Okay. So there is a bug with the hell? Oh, change collision mode to a non-editor mode. Okay. Thanks for telling me about that. I didn't think that was a thing I needed to do. Alright, so hopefully now I should be able to not find any trees that I can't collide with. I'm running dynamic mode. Alright. Let's do a stress test. I'll go and close that and turn debug to errors only. I'm gonna add a lot more trees. Just, okay, maybe not that many trees, but a lot of trees. Okay, maybe a lot of trees. Alright, fast load time, go. Nice. And now I can't walk through any trees. Nice. Is that 3 trees? No, that's just 1. Okay. There might have been 3 stacked up on each other. Alright, cool. This is pretty good. Now I want to know if full game is possible. It's probably not. I'm okay with it not being possible for the moment, because my plan is to essentially do full game, but have like a flag on each cell that each cell that specifies whether or not it can I guess no, it would be each region that specifies whether that cell or that region can have collision turned on, and I would just turn on regions that I'm nearby. Alright, so that wasn't too long to load this many trees. It's a lot of trees for sure. A lot of collision. So I call that a success. Cool. Okay. Now the editor debug thing is totally busted. But I'm assuming it was already busted because I didn't change anything. I didn't touch that code at all. Alright, cool. Okay. Let's check the diff. Why does it just look like a lot of new code there? I don't know. Is it a lot more? No, not really. I just shifted everything in. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna undo that shift out because it's kind of just a mess. And plus, not really plus anything. Maybe it's petty to do that. I think it's really stupid. I think you should never program like this. I think that's just a really terrible way to program. But I will at least let it stay that way. Just to minimize my impact, I guess. Oh, and then I need to make sure it actually says is dynamic mode instead of not dynamic mode. That'd be silly if I did that. Okay. This one's kind of a nonsense change for me, gonna be honest. Don't really need to make that change. And get instance cells to build. And I'll keep this the same. I'll invert this again. I'll just go back to nesting just so it's not like so much line changes, which is basically just tabs. Yeah, okay. For the line change, make it easy for them, I'm not gonna do this. Where I've changed the order of it, I think here is fine to keep, because pretty much all these lines are going to be changing anyway. But I think here, this is a big chunk of code that I haven't touched. And the only thing that's really changing is the indentation of it, because this isn't a continue, this is all nested. So get recyclable instances. Okay, so now it's not so much. There's some, there's some original lines there, right? And then any of these debugs, I think I'll change back, though. Yeah, that debug I'll change back. I think this was probably also. It's changing there. Oh, it's just changing from cell origin to cell position. All right, I'll put the name back to cell origin, even though it's wrong, just so that some of these lines aren't being changed when they don't need to be changed. Also, I'll change this one to cell position so that at least this line at the end doesn't actually change here. Oh. Okay. I'll get rid of some of this, so it kind of... This one will kind of go back to its indentation, original indentation. Okay. And this was a has continue there. Very cool. A little bit closer to the original now. And I am adding some extra lines that I'll just go and delete. And that's an extra line that I added. All right. That looks good. Cool. What changed about that line? Wait, why does it say it's changed? Oh, decomposing at instead of cell. Okay. I mean, append array is gonna be better because it can do stuff like resizing, so that's gonna be faster to leave that change there. I'm gonna delete that line and comment here about collecting valid mesh IDs. Okay. I'll change this back to cell loc again. Although cell local is definitely better. I'll put this comment back. Then I have like a bunch of random new lines that I'm adding, so get rid of those. This new line and the one beneath it. Well, this should be X instead. That line should just be X. It's a totally random change to have. Okay. I'll leave those lines. Those changes are fine, I think. It's kind of necessary too because it's a totally different format. So we do cell transform, and then we do that. What's going on with this reusable assets? Oh, the indentation is like changing literally everywhere. Oh wow. I thought I was avoiding that. Oh, I'm tabbing it in, so that's why. 1 second. I'm back. Okay. I'm gonna try to wrap this up soon. Because I gotta go. So yeah, what happened here? It's just that the indentation has, you know, I'm saving a little bit on memory, but the indentation has pushed everything in, so it's unavoidable, I guess. Though I should be dropping any of these new lines that aren't present in the original code, so that I'm not doing that. Guys, people gotta press enter more. Like, please press enter more. Please. Just press enter. Okay. I could also, like, untab it and leave it untabbed by 1 level, and that would really clean up a lot of those line changes, and then I could see exactly what I've changed. Maybe I do that. Yeah, all of this would come back. Well, maybe I should actually look at make sure I'm actually tabbing it back correctly. Alright, so now this diff should be very tiny. Yeah, okay, there we go. No, that's not it. Here's where it is. All right, cool. So we can see exactly what I'm doing here. Yep. So I'm gonna send it like this. I'm gonna put comments here, so it's we can see what's going on. Is this bad? Probably. It's probably bad to do that, but I don't want him to be like, wow, this whole section changed. What the hell? Right? I'll put a new line underneath this one. I could do something really crazy where I put this all in one line. Right? If self positions is empty, that one's not possible. Is that? Oh my gosh, it's being weird. I have to scroll up like this. Okay, now it's not weird. No instances of that to create. This shouldn't happen. No, I'll leave it. Okay. And I'm just gonna delete those logs. I don't need these logs anymore. Okay, and let's just update the calls. Those will all become extreme again. And then that one in build needs to be debug. Nah, this should totally be extreme. That should totally be extreme. That one's kind of nuts. That's like a 100 line sprint thing there. Okay. Alright. Okay. I guess I'll give it to this new line here as well. I scrolled too far up. Or no, I didn't scroll up far enough. Yeah, there we go. Again, I'll say it again. Press enter sometimes. Please press enter sometimes. When you're writing code, you're just like, you know, it's been a while since I added like a blank line. Just throw one in there. Just throw a blank line in there. You don't even have to make it make sense. You don't have to organize it. Just press enter sometimes. This is all coded without like a single new line between anything. Or a single blank line between anything. And I've added a lot just like accidentally, not really thinking about it. Okay, so that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Turn util, that one's good. That's the whole diff, alright. Change still positions to vector 2i. Fix fix bugs. Change cells to vector 2i, fix bugs, optimize. Changed all cell calculations to vector 2i and optimized some using and optimize some calculations. Store instance data by cell location. Save a lot on memory. Save lots of memory. Fix radius XOR math when meant to be radius times radius. What else? What else? What else? I skipped some formatting so that the diff wasn't crazy for generate instances. Okay. This is on mine. So I do a git log. So I can grab that thing. I'm going to git switch to instance collision. And pull this commit over. And then double check. It's not doing anything. All right. Okay. All right, what are we at now? 100 line changes. Okay. Cool, I like when it just highlights what's changing. A lot of different stuff, a lot of different stuff. Cool. Yeah, this like entire section would have been lit up. Oh, and that line moved from here to there. All right. Some of those changes. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for today. So next thing that I need to do is 5 minutes away from evening. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is make it so I can have a flag for each region, or even just like a bit mask for each region for which cells I can have on, which I might probably not be able to do a bit mask. It'd probably just be numbers. Well, I don't know. But basically what I need is the actual terrain itself to have collision the full way through. That's fine. But then I need to be able to essentially have full collision for all the instances, but only in cells that I have turned on. So I can have like a Boolean field that I can change at any point and tell it, hey, I changed the instance information on this cell. And then terrain will update. That'll be the next thing. Putting a flag on there. So, yeah. It's now 5 minutes away from me. Yep. I have food. I'm going to eat. And then we'll play Overwatch. Okay? But I'm gone for now. So thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.